Then let's begin. In compliance with notification requirements of Ohio Open Meeting Law under COVID-19 emergency declaration, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted. All boards and commissions under the purview of the City Planning Department conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rule of Order. Actions during this meeting will be taken by voice vote. Abstentions from any vote due to conflicts of interest should be stated for a record prior to taking of any vote. In order to ensure that everyone participating in the meeting has the opportunity to be heard, we ask that you use the raised hand function or feature before asking a question and making a comment. The raised hand feature can be found in the participants panel on your desktop and mobile versions and activated by clicking the icon. Please wait for the chair or facilitator to recognize you and be sure to select the unmute and announce yourself before you speak. When finishing speaking, please lower your hand by clicking the raised hand function and muting your microphone. We will be utilizing the chat feature to communicate with participants. The chat feature can be activated by clicking the chat button located on the bottom of the WebEx screen. All meeting activity is being recorded via the WebEx platform. These proceedings are also being live streamed via YouTube. We have provided a link to the meeting to those who wish to speak on a particular case via the web email. If we have received any emails from those that have provided written comments on a particular matter, those will also be noted for the record. One last item, we'd ask everyone to mute their microphone unless you are presenting or on the commission when it's discussion, so that we can make sure that we can hear all the presenters. We'd like to call the December 10th Landmarks Commission meeting to order. Mr. Secretary, please call roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Anderson?
Here.
Ms. Bailey?
Here.
Mr. Kalikia? Giancarlo, I think you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Collier? Mr. Dreyer?
Here.
Mr. Jones? Mr. Strickland?
Here.
Mr. Tarasic?
Here.
Ms. Trott?
Here.
We also have Carl Brunges of our staff in attendance today and Stuart Hastings from the Law Department. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Excellent. We will begin with our public hearings. We do not have any public hearings today, so we'll move on to certificates of appropriateness. We'd like to call our first presenter and to please use the raise hand so that you can be recognized. Unmute your phones and then please state your name for our records and tell us about your project. The first applicant is a new construction of 4 single houses located at 5119, 5121, 5201, 5203 Tillman Avenue.
And we have Wesley Harper.
Good morning.
Welcome, Wesley.
Thanks for having me again. I'll go through the presentation, and most of it you've seen previously, but there are some additional details and information that I think will help with the project here. So as presented previously, our location is between West 54th and 49th on the south side of Tillman Avenue, which is the next avenue north of Detroit. Our site is mid-block. It's currently vacant. On the east side of the park, we have a used car lot that is filled with dozens of automobiles, and then to the left we have a more residential context, same as across the street. It's a pretty eclectic mix of different housing, doubles, single-family homes, and then I think there's even a ranch sprinkled in there as well. Our site is actually a portion of what was once a larger site. In red is, of course, our site on our plan here. To the south of us, you can see a large parking lot. That parking lot was at one point also part of an L-shaped parcel that went from Tillman to Detroit. I believe a handful of years ago, the Tillman parcel was split from the Detroit Avenue parcel. What that did was, of course, create the Tillman parcels, but the landmark status of the Detroit Avenue portion then transferred to the Tillman portion. Now, these parcels are the only parcels on Tillman Avenue that have a landmarks designation. So it creates somewhat of a unique situation for our project. Next, please. So just a few context images. This is looking west on Tillman. Our site is on the left, just past the fence that you see on the left side there. And then across the street, you see some of the residential context. Next. Here we're looking east down Tillman. Our site is directly to the right. Next. Here is the site from the Tillman sidewalk. You can see it goes all the way back to Detroit. Next. Here is the site directly to our east. A lot of cars there. Next. Here is the house to the west, directly to the west of our project. It looks like at some point there was an addition that was originally an A-frame house. It looks like they put on an kind of catty corner entry and probably added some larger interior space. Next. Images of the homes across the street. You can see to our right we have a ranch-style house. To the left, you can see what looks like a house that had a handful of additions and then a home in the back as well. Next. This is a little further west. Two-family affair to the two or three-family affair to the left, single-family to the right. So again, it's a pretty eclectic mix of housing types on the street. Next. Here is just a quick view looking at that Detroit Avenue parcel. And so the green in the middle is basically our site. So the project will be visible from Detroit, but I think the long-term plan and hope is that the parking lot on Detroit would have, at some point a mixed-use project that get a certificate of appropriateness from landmarks. So next, please. So the site plan, again, is parcels. Those 4 parcels are equally spaced on the parcels on the east and west. And then in the middle, they're a bit wider due to the common drive going down the middle of the site, which creates a singular curb cut and allows an additional unit to be constructed, adding to the population of the neighborhood and minimizing curb cuts. That was one of our main goals here, and I know that's something that Planning Commission is constantly working at. Each home is roughly 17 feet wide, 54 feet deep. There's then a roughly 12 feet in depth, and then you have a detached for each home. And those would all be accessed from the common drive, and then that common drive is all the way at the rear of the property so that the yard is contiguous with the home itself. The front yard lot depth is 15% per the zoning code. And then we have, some of the additional information in this presentation are the street trees that would be in the tree lawn. We selected a bur oak species that would stay relatively low in height since we have utility lines above us. on the side of the street. There would also be planting beds in the front of each porch, and then a hydrangea tree planted to the side of each porch as well. And then, of course, once buyers move in, they do their own landscaping and make it their own. You can see here that the gravel parking lot to our east that has the used car lot, that structure that's further back relative to Tillman, it basically faces Detroit. So it's just an empty lot to our right, and then a residential context to the west. Next. So here we have a 3D image showing the 4 units. This wasn't part of the presentation in the previous meeting, so kind of shows the variety in the color of the cladding of the homes. The horizontal lap siding continues around the corner. I know that was something that the committee was concerned about at our last meeting. And I just think that the simplicity of the continued profile around the corner, I think it's just allowing the porch to maybe be the area where there's the most detail, and then everything else kind of is a more simple detail. The porches themselves, you can see past that main facade of the house, which is similar to a lot of the other homes on the street, more of an attached porch than sometimes what we like to do is inset the porch into the mass of the building itself. Each porch is 6 foot deep, and then does have a railing that kind of defines that semi-private space, semi-public space. So, of course, these are 2 stories in height along the street. You can see on the 3rd unit to the right where the doghouse for the rooftop access to the roof pad. So it's set back a good distance, and portion and feel from the street will certainly be of a 2-story nature. Next. Here's kind of a zoomed in view of that porch. You can start to see the detail of the porch itself, or the railing, and then also the overhang, which kind of slopes back down towards the top of the windows. You can see also left that image, the void that is kind of cut out of the sides. So there is some opening to those porches. The detail to the left is the lap cement board to vinyl transition. The lap cement board shows a wood grain. However, this cladding would not have that. But it's basically the lap siding terminating into a painted piece of AZEK or composite material that comes out proud of both the vinyl and cement board. And then the J channel of the vinyl butts up against that. And so we're thinking that that's the cleanest way to terminate that or transition. Next. Floor plans haven't changed relative to the last go around. On the first, our living space, is directly facing the sidewalk for eyes on the street and safety considerations. And then the master bedroom is on that side as well. Next. Exterior elevations showing our heights. Coping of the 2nd floor along the sidewalk and street is 26'8". So it's a pretty reasonable dimension for height. To avoid doing kind of the typical 3-story looking setup here and keep it a smaller scale. And this is something that in our presentations and conversations with both the council persons for this area, and then also the presentations to the Gordon Square Historic District Committee, they were happy to see that. Next. Here up top, you have straight on elevation of the units relative to both the building to the west and east. And then we have towards the bottom material palette, we've got the left, the powder coated metal guardrails for the railing, arched concrete block, shingle roof, and then fiberglass casement windows. Next. I guess that's it. So with that, I'd open it up to questions, comments. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'd ask if there's feedback from the local design review committee.
Court.
You're breaking up, Don. I don't know if he is for everyone else, but Madam Chair, did you understand that?
So Don, I'm going to repeat what I think I heard. If you can tell me if this is correct. There's not a representative from the local design review committee. It sounds like they did approve it. I believe you said as presented, it went to the Board of Zoning Appeals last week, but I didn't hear what the outcome was. Did I get most of it right?
Yeah.
So B's all the various. Excellent. Okay. I didn't hear the last part.
Don, you might try calling in if you're having audio troubles.
I would agree. Okay, so we'll move on to commission questions and comments. If the commission would like to open up their mics and use the raise hand function, you can go through your feedback.
We have Adrienne Bailey.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
Good morning. Mr. Hopper, the color that I'm seeing for the 4 houses is this grayish warm color is going to be the final color.
That's
Those
correct.
4. Okay. I think I asked a question from the last meeting about fencing, providing some type of privacy from the empty lot or cars. So I didn't see anything in regards to fencing. And also for your doors, front doors, what type of material are those? That's it.
Okay, thank you. The front doors would be a fiberglass door, and then they would have a large glass light, as you see in the just to keep the facade as open and visually porous as possible. In regards to the fencing, the developer doesn't have any plans to do that. Fencing.
It wasn't the plan to add the fence. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Have you looked at possible adding some shrubberies to create sort of like a separation for privacy from the rear and the back? I know you have a lot of stuff.
I think dimensions that we're dealing with here.
Okay.
Wanted to avoid. It's not that we wanted to avoid it. In the back. There's simply not the dimension to have any plantings along the property line. Due to the fact that we wanted to keep a 12-foot deep backyard, quote unquote, for each unit, we're taking that driveway all the way to the back. Along the sides, I think developer would be open to maybe doing a handful of shrubs along the east and west property lines, though. If, that's something the commission would.
So, so the site plan that we're looking at, you have the garage, and then past the garage is open green space, correct?
Yeah, past moving from right to left, we have the garage, and then we have the driveway, and then the property line is roughly 6 inches off of the driveway. So that driveway goes all the way to the wall. We have gravel lot and probably some green space.
Okay, I'm looking at 25 feet deep of green space. Is that what I'm reading on this plan?
No, that's the
Site plan.
driveway. That's the driveway.
That's the driveway. Okay, the driveway to get into the garage. I see. All right, I just want to make sure I'm reading this right.
Sure.
Okay, all right, well, that was one of the comments I made from the other meeting, but I can see the garage creating privacy from the house versus installing the fence. So that's my comment.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have Giancarlo.
Go ahead,
Oh, yeah,
John.
good morning. Brian. Good morning. I had the question, but it was answered by question. So thank you.
Okay,
And we have Bob Strickland.
go ahead, Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Harper, I was wondering, during your planning of the configuration of this site, was any consideration given to moving the driveway all the way to the east and keeping symmetry between the units? And that would create somewhat of a buffer on the east side from the parking lot without, I think, compromising the access to the garages. I just wondered if that was part of a planning study or how you ended up with a drive bisecting the site.
Yeah, I think, keeping that symmetry, and then also just the way that the setbacks lay out. If you put the driveway all the way to one side, it leaves less developable space for the remainder of the site. And so putting it in the middle kind of eats up two setbacks, if that makes sense.
So you're
So
not
that was the
consolidating
reasoning.
the lots, you're keeping them all separate, is that true?
Correct. Yes. Simple, single-family houses, basically. They will have a shared easement agreement to maintain the driveway. But other than that, there's not a quote-unquote HOA for the project. There's simply a very HOA light, if you will, that assures that the driveway is maintained, and if they choose to do snow plowing, they would do that. But it's just access agreement. All the utilities would be individually tapped off of Tillman.
All right, thank you. That does answer my question. I understand the efficiency setbacks with this configuration. Thank you.
Great.
No other hands raised.
Okay, I have one.
I take that back. We have Adrian again.
Okay, and then I have a question after that.
Mr. Harper, for your center driveway for all the vehicles to come in and go into the back, are you looking at this? Is it wide enough to two cars to pass each other on either side? Is that the intent, I hope? Because I'm looking at
No.
11 feet wide. It's one way.
Correct.
How's the entry in and out of the, the property?
It would, for a project this small, that's usually sufficient. Once it gets above 6, 7, 8 units, we try to either have a wider drive or a second drive.
Ms. Bailey, anything?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. My question is, do you have an elevation of your garages, knowing that that's going to be truly what's potentially visible for now from Detroit, the Landmark District?
I don't have it as part of this presentation, but would be a shed roof, let's say pitching towards the west. It would be, within the zoning code maximum dimensions of it. Part of the zoning submission. I don't think I'm able to share my screen. But that could be something I send to Don if you'd like to take a look.
Okay, and what is your garage configuration? Do you have a single, 20-foot wide solid door garage, or what type of garage door do you have there?
Be a solid 16-foot by 7-foot tall garage door.
Okay. If you could provide that to Don, that would be great.
Sure.
For records.
Sure.
And I would align with Ms. Bailey. Fencing would to think about. I won't say it's a requirement about along your property lines, both to the east and or I'd say south, just because you are going to be so sort of visible.
Okay, I'll make that note.
My personal opinion of, I think for a resident, it would make this development feel so much more cohesive and tied to Tillman versus, open to Detroit.
Got it. Thank you. I'll make that note.
And that's the only comments I had. Other questions or comments, or would someone like to make a motion?
We have Adrian.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
The motion is to approve the presentation as presented with notation to provide design of the elevation of the garage to staff and along it with this color. And more detail, in my opinion, to staff of how the driveway in the center is going to work. So, let them know for file purposes how the driveway is it one way? Just explain that more in detail. And also look at the fencing to create more privacy versus having it more open.
Okay, so we have a motion with the contingency of submitting the elevations and calling the garage, the recommendations to think about fencing. Do we have a second to that motion?
This is Bob Strickland. I'll second that motion.
Excellent, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, Mr. Secretary, could you please take roll call and announce the results?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Kalikia,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank
And
you.
good luck with your project.
Thanks a lot.
We'll move on to our second applicant located in at 710 Jefferson Avenue, the Tremont Place Lofts renovation. Could the applicant
we have,
please go ahead?
Looks like we have Steve Jennings and Jen Trask to present.
This is Steve Jennings with LDA Architects.
Good morning. Please proceed and tell us about your project.
Okay. So this first slide just gives a general overview of the building. It is kind of a combination of, I think there's 5 or 6 buildings that are all connected. The portion that we're discussing today is the tower portion, which is on Jefferson. And then on the rear of the building, we have one small window to discuss. That's on what's labeled as the courtyard building. We can go to the next slide. And this is just another graphic kind of showing how that, all these buildings are kind of pieced together. So there's not a lot of access from one portion to the other. So you'll see the work we're doing in the tower building really only relates to that building. It's not so much connected to the rest of the project. Next slide. So the main idea is this is, currently a large apartment building, but there's really no kind of lobby entrance. You kind of enter into a dark hallway, which is, shown in this slide is the opening to this right side of this blank wall. So what we're proposing is to make a larger, more welcoming lobby space. And to do that, we're proposing to add 2 new openings on this wall. It just happens that on the left side, the stonework really lends to adding another opening to kind of match the one that's already on the right side. So that's part of what we're doing. Over in the left bottom corner, there's a picture of one of the existing windows. So we're really trying to, in our new work, take into consideration the detail of the existing window construction. So we can go to the next slide. These are some images of the interior of that space. So if there's also a key there, but the one in the label number 1 to the top left is kind of right inside the blank wall that's to the left of on the facade. So that's where we're proposing to add the new entrance. The second picture is the current entrance, and we were proposing replacing that opening with a storefront window that would be fixed. Number 3 just shows kind of once you come into that corridor right now, it's more of an office space that's not utilized and also very dark because there's no windows. That's what that image is showing. Number 4 shows the middle part of the wall. So that would be between the new entrance and the current entrance. In this section, we're proposing a small garage door opening, but would be glass, to look like storefront as well. The bottom left photo is looking from that small office space towards the current entrance. And then the last photo is looking towards the elevator, which currently has a few steps and a mechanical lift to access it. Go to the next slide. So on the left, we have the demo plan. So you can kind of see that hatched area is the current entrance, which just goes directly into the elevator lobby area. And then everything to the left was previously, office space. On the right, you can see where we're proposing to move the entrance to the left side of that space, remove all the, interior office that was there before, and create a lobby and a cafe space. So you'd be able to come in, there's a little bit of seating and you'd be able to get a coffee and, sit there. So it'd be, ideally, that improves the experience for the tenants of the space. And then if, you're in the neighborhood, you could also come in to get a coffee as well. On the right side, we're adding a ramp to the elevator so that you don't have to come in, do the, mechanical lift to get to then the elevator. So that would just make it a lot simpler for the people that, need the elevator. Going back to the, overview that, there's these different pieces of the building. This elevator really only serves this portion of the building. But obviously the accessible units are kind of concentrated around where elevator access is provided. So we think the ramp will really benefit those tenants. We could go to the next slide. This is just the elevation of the current condition, showing that there's the one opening. The wood doors that are shown there are just always in the open position that you could see in the photo. You can go to the next slide. This is the proposed elevation. So as this, I mentioned, we're creating the new entrance on the left side. Really trying to replicate the current opening, but maybe differentiate it just slightly, so we have kind of a continuous brick frame around it rather than some of the more intricate stone that was around the original opening. But then again, all the storefront mullion and muttons are relating back to those historic windows. And then having that glass garage door opening in the middle to kind of open, when it's nice out, to that cafe space and allow the seating to, have some fresh air. So kind of took care of the main part of the project. There's also one small window in the back part. It's just adding a window to one bedroom that currently has no windows. So this is the unit that it affects. And then if you go to the next slide, you can see it's just a, regular aluminum clad wood window to match the existing window that's to the right. So we're matching the proportions of that existing window exactly. But it's really just adding one window to a unit that currently has no window in the bedroom. And I believe that's the last slide. And then there's just the specs for the storefront system. And then this would be the garage door. And then that would be the window that's on the back portion. So I will take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to first see if there's a representative from the local design review to tell us about their feedback.
We have Michelle Davis.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I am here to represent Tremont West, and we're excited to see this space open up to the community. We have this large building in the community. We do have another business that welcomes the public in, but it's more of an evening activity. So I think it would be nice to have a cafe along this corridor for people to come in and enjoy a cup of coffee. The local historic district doesn't include this building, but we had a couple of committee members review it, and they thought what was proposed is in line with the historic nature of the building. We did have one committee member that was not excited about the garage door, but he feels that way about many projects, I guess. So he was going to leave that to you. But both the window addition and the entrance changes, they thought were appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll then open it up to the commission for questions and comments.
We have Adrienne Bailey and then Michelle Davis.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
Did Ms. Davis wanted to say anything else before I say something?
I'm sorry, Michelle Anderson. I'm sorry, got that wrong.
Okay. All right. I am questioning the garage, and I'm looking at the location where the garage opening is going to be. And first of all, I appreciate the architect trying to match or continue with this design of the building to the new opening. Could you also go to the floor plan, Maurice? I just want to. Okay, that's fine. All right. Because I was going to chat to see, typically, when you see the garage opening, it's leading out to somewhere, not just to bring fresh air in, like a patio or something. Is that the patio setup that you have down here?
Yeah, so I think they would have to get a permit, but they would like to have some seating on the sidewalk.
Okay.
There's a large sidewalk there, and they would, their goal would be to put tables there as well.
Well, unless it's the type of garage door it is, or one of my questions is it necessary to have that there? Because it's kind of taking away the overall elevation design of that garage. So unless it's, can we go back to that elevation?
The garage door, finish matches the storefront. So it's all pre-finished aluminum, and it would all be the same color.
I don't like the one that you have there. Maybe it's more of a tall versus looking at the possible maybe widen it and shorten it to line up with everything else on both sides, or not have it at all, and make the framing a little thinner somehow where it can open up. So you all have an outdoor patio outside for individuals to come out a little easier versus going out the main entrance, which is not so far from the garage opening. So I'm kind of like not feeling that garage door at this moment. But everything else looked great. I appreciate you duplicating the designs, especially is the material, is it limestone or is it mashing materials on the existing siding?
Right.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
Madam Chair, we have Michelle Anderson, Bob Strickland, and Giancarlo.
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to reinforce what Commissioner Bailey just said. I think this building really lends itself well to the the additional main entrance door, and turning the other space into windows. In fact, I think that enhances the building, really improves the symmetry and the relationship of the building to the sidewalk. But the overhead door in the center is just punched in there and doesn't relate to the space at all. I think it's nice to have that access, but on the United Office building, we denied something similar. It just doesn't work with the design of the building. So that's my comment on it.
Thank you. Mr. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, this building is not in the historic district in Tremont. So is this building a landmark building in Cleveland, or is it on the National Register? Carl or Don, do you know?
Mr. Strickland, it's an individually designated Cleveland landmark. It's also listed individually on the National Register, and it's part of the Tremont National Register Historic District. Right. So it has all three designations.
Oh, it is. The historic district does extend down just for this parcel, for this property?
Not just for this, the district extends all the way down to West 7th, I believe.
Oh, I didn't, I thought it was along Professor.
It includes Professor too. It's much larger than our local district, but this building is included in it.
Okay, so I have a question then. What do the Secretary of the Interior standards allow for modification of a historic registered building?
Well, I believe, and I'll defer to the architect on this, but I believe the project is outside of the restrictions of the tax credits it got a few years ago when it was originally renovated. So it hasn't been reviewed by the SHPO or the Park Service. But again, that's also part of our charge here today.
Yeah, so my question is, I want to make sure that we're complying with the standards. And does this project need to go to SHPO? And I want to make sure that anything that we do does not conflict with what the standards require and what SHPO might dictate.
I don't believe this needs to go back to SHPO for review, but I will let Mr. Jennings address that since he's more familiar with the property.
Yeah, Don's correct. So for the tax credit, there's a 5-year period where we have to go back to them. I think we're, over double that. We're 10 years past. So there is no other review other than the city of Cleveland.
Okay, thank you very much. Then that being the case, I do not have any problem at all with the new opening in the building and the design proposed for that new storefront and entrance. But I do not like the garage door at all. We have seen other solutions involving garage doors that are much more sympathetic architecturally to fit in with historic structures. So if that could be accomplished, I might be moved to support the garage door, but it is currently configured. I couldn't support the project, including that door. Thank you.
So I guess what type of modification would you be more open to?
I think obviously I'm just one commission member, but we've seen other solutions that basically mimic a storefront, including replicating like a transom panel and a mullion configuration similar to the existing windows can be incorporated successfully into a door. Or perhaps it could be just a simple man door solution and eliminate the idea of a garage door, just to provide easier access to a patio on the sidewalk.
Okay. That makes sense.
And then Giancarlo?
Yes, good morning again. What is the purpose of the garage door specifically? Is it access?
Yeah, I mean, it's specifically for the seating. So if we have seating on the inside of the garage door, it's going to bring some light and fresh air in, and as well as give access to the sidewalk seating.
So you anticipate using the sidewalk as well as part of the cafe?
Correct.
Okay. So what about this new storefront, the new opening? Why can that be? That is a main entrance to the cafe, right? To the restaurant, whatever activity there is there.
Yep.
So does the garage door then primarily serves to access the sidewalk? So it's more like a service door?
No, I mean, it's more just to open it up, so if it's a nice day out, they could leave it open all day.
It's just that you drive along that path, that facade is really important. That's the main street that goes to 90. So it's a stronger facade for the building than the main facade is. And the garage door just seems, the two areas on the sides, even that little door looks very, very gracious, historical, and very nicely done. That garage door, it just seems out of place. And I'm not sure, as Mr. Strickland suggested, if you come up with even a more clever idea, I'd like to see it, but it just seems to be a disturbance to me. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Steve, can you share the plan to illustrate for commissioners the actual program that it's servicing? Because it seems like they're flying blind a little bit.
So I think I was next for the feedback, and I'd have to say I echo what has been said about the opening, the garage door opening. I think you've been very respectful of the structure with your new entrance, that you've placed on the left side of this plan, and then filling it in on the right side. But the center garage door feels very awkward. You've done, taking great care to replicate the stonework for that new opening, but then the garage door, there's nothing there. Maurice, could you go to the existing elevation for me? Oh, that one works. You can already see that, the windows above and so forth, there's obviously the stone lintel, and it's a very regimented facade, and then it actually starts to taper down in the size of the openings when you are second floor. So to me, my personal opinion is to now then take that opening even smaller, but the proportions of it don't of the garage door don't work with the rest of the elevation. I understand why you want a window there for daylight, but as a door opening, having those two entrances so close to each other, and with trying to get building circulation, a large community table there, a cafe circulation, I just personally question the viability or the practicality of that garage door. And if you want people to be able to walk directly in, off the street, into that cafe and so in the building lobby without going through a vestibule. So, as has been mentioned, I could support the new opening on the left side of this facade and the modifications to the current, entrance into the facade, but I cannot support a new garage door in the center. Would entertain other, solutions, but the current solution I cannot support.
Madam Chair, we have Giancarlo again.
Yeah, I live around the corner from that building, and so does Mr. Strickland, not far, so we go by that building quite often. One interesting thing about, I like that 3-window composition, on the second level. If we can come up with an idea of replicating that, where the middle window becomes a door and the 2 side windows become regular windows, I think that would be an interesting addition, and I possibly support that. I'm still not sure how essential that entrance or exit is to the cafe concept. That is obviously to have access to the sidewalk. Is that the main? I'm still wondering what the main function is. And I suppose it's an access door to be able to share outdoor activities. Is that correct, Steve?
Yeah, I think it's more just, bringing, connecting the interior and the exterior. So have the vestibule. You can sit in there and, feel like you're, partly outside when you're still inside the space.
Again, that building was an eyesore for years and years and years. Then it's become an amazing addition to Tremont. But I think if you need that door, then something more historical, like that 3-window concept, I like a lot, and I could support it if that would work. It's just that I know garage doors are quite popular these days, but I don't think it belongs in this building.
I agree. I guess that's why I asked us to look at this elevation of the 3-window concept. I would encourage you to stay with just windows there, because I think that would It's of the architecture that's already there and obviously above, and would be a great, could be a great solution to meet, the daylight side of the desire to add windows versus the access and daylight.
Madam Chair, we have Tom with his hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just offering a solution because on the next two agenda items that have operable storefronts in historic buildings in downtown, they're both solutions with a Renlita product where the entire storefront lifts up in one piece. So I'm actually excited to show you guys this in the next two things because the whole storefront lifts up as one unit. And so when it's closed, it really does look very much like a storefront system. So, you guys can figure out the appropriate scale and location of it, but there is a solution that you're going to see in the next two agenda items that might offer a solution that's an alternative to a garage door that I would agree with all of you that is not an appropriate affectation on this pretty formal section of the building. So I just offered as a solution.
Thank you for that feedback.
This is Dominic Durante. Could I make a comment about the entrance, the opening?
Yes. Go ahead, Dominic.
Okay. Yeah. Hi. The other way to do the opening, I get the frame, and maybe there's a way to frame the opening a little bit with a little more detail, but the other option is there's bifolding storefronts. So, you can see in this picture, we have bifolding wood doors that were, on the door, on the building already that were going to be pinned back. So would the commission be open to a bifold type of storefront door, a pair of bifold doors?
I would say we'd love to see it in your proposal.
Okay.
So I think we're at that point that, what I have heard from the commission is that, we'll definitely entertain the new openings within this floor level. We can support your current design with both the modifications to the existing entrance and the creation of a new entrance on the left side of this elevation, but we cannot support your current solution in the center. So we have two options here. Could, with your permission, table this to allow you some new solutions forward for this, or we could move to a vote. I think we're pretty close if you could bring forward some new solutions for, of the facade here, your program, but to be more aligned with the architectural character of this building.
Ownership would just ask that if there's a third consideration where we can proceed with a vote that doesn't address the middle door, but approves everything with the exception of that, so that we can move forward on the permitted process and then come back to this group, so we can start the work needed and then address the middle door design parameters.
So our vote would then be contingent of the removal of that opening and maintaining it as solid facade.
Yeah, and then we'd come back with you on a kind of addendum to it, with a third, just so we can start the rest of the process of the plan review and permitting.
Commission members, feedback on that request?
Madam Chair, this is Bob Strickland. I think we can configure a motion to accomplish what we're looking for here. I would make a stipulation that the plan be modified before the permit application is submitted to Building and Housing, so that it's clear to Building and Housing when the permit is issued that garage door entrance is not part of the permit.
Right.
I'd agree.
Ownership is asking is that that applications are approved except for the center opening should be eliminated for now, and then they would come back with a solution for the center in the future.
Madam Chair, we have Michelle Anderson, and I'm not sure if Graham raised his hand as well.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. as part of this motion, are we with the bedroom window that I believe is facing on the south side of the building?
Yes, we would. So there was, Graham, did
And
you?
then we have Adrian Bailey.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
For the new open, I just want to get clarification that the color is going to match the existing colors that's on the facade. Just want to get that clarification as far as the color for the new opening. All the colors going to match the existing?
Yes, the intent of the to match the existing.
Okay. All right.
So with that, would someone like to put forward a motion?
I move forward the motion. The motion is to present the project as presented without the garage door, and that it will not be on the building house and permit. So when the developer is ready to come back to Landmarks, that will be a separate project, but it's going to be a solid facade. And this project is only going to be for the new opening. And also for the smaller window in the rear, could you give more of a detail to staff of the smaller window? You said it's going to match on the existing in the back, but just provide more of a detailed information for file and the color.
Madam Chair, looks like Giancarlo.
Go ahead, Giancarlo. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
No, not yet. I still have one more question.
Okay, let's wait. Giancarlo, we're in the middle of a motion. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? And you can ask your question when there's further discussion, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. Further discussion?
I think we have Giancarlo.
I guess my question is, are we rejecting a new opening there with this proposal, which I seconded?
Correct.
Okay, so then,
The motion is to approve the new entrance on the west side of this elevation, correct? Do I have my orientation correct? Is this west?
okay, but this will not prevent the architects to come back with another proposal for an opening there?
They will come back in the future date with their proposal for that center opening.
Madam Chair, this is Bob Strickland. I just want to clarify that the motion would include the storefront infill at the existing entrance where the carriage doors currently exist.
Correct. So the motion, Adrian, I'm going to restate your motion to see if we have it clear. Is your motion to approve the modifications to the existing entrance for storefront infill, the creation of storefronts on the left side of this elevation, and the addition of a new window into the rear portion that will match the adjacent existing materials and colors and detailing. Center of building not approved at this time.
And remove the garage door.
Correct. The garage door opening is
The
not
center
approved.
garage door. Mhm.
Okay.
Any additional comments?
No, that's all.
Mr. Secretary, could you call? Okay. Mr. Could you please call roll and announce?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you confirm that Mr. Strickland seconded the motion?
Giancarlo seconded the
Giancarlo,
motion.
thank you. Okay. Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchia,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you. We look forward to seeing your project and seeing you come back with a new solution for that center area of the building.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the third applicant, the Perry Payne Building located at 740 West Superior Avenue, storefront renovation and sign for filter.
Looks like we have Ethan.
Yes, hello. I'm Ethan Rothermel. I work for Architecture Office. And like you said, our project is at the Perry Payne Building located at 740 West Superior. It's at the corner of West 9th and Superior. It's a very historic building. And we wanted to make sure that we paid homage to that and made sure that our proposal fit with the rest of the building. You can go to the next slide, please. Here are some historic photos from that we found of the building. On the left photo, you might be able to see it's kind of small, but the storefront is one single pane, and we would like to return to that as closely as possible for our new storefront intervention. You can go to the next page. Our proposal is a restaurant bar renovation in the old Take 5 space. You can see the three storefronts on the right side that are painted brown. Those are the storefronts we will be affecting. We're proposing new overhead doors and a new sign and canopy for the main entrance. We also are proposing to return the brown storefront to and paint it the green color to match the rest of the building so it feels more homogeneous. You can go to the next page. Our solution is from Renlita. It's a center pivot counterweight door. The door projects halfway into the interior and the exterior when it's opened. And these doors are largely custom, and they can be fabricated to look just like a storefront, as you'll see in some of our renderings. And you can go to the next page. So this is a rendering of the new storefront. The signage on the right side, I just want to make note, is incorrect in this image. It should be corrected in the further images. But our new entrance will be on the right-hand side. And then you can see the new operable storefront door open on the left side. You can go to the next slide. And this is just showing it closed. It's covered by the tree right now, but if we go to the next slide, we can show it a little bit better. So these are the three storefronts that we're proposing. Like I said, we're returning it to the green color. We're repainting all of the storefront. And I'm actually not sure if this is the correct presentation because it's not showing the correct sign and canopy. And I apologize for that. I don't know what happened to the correct presentation. But I guess I will continue. If we go to the next slide. I'm sorry, this isn't the right presentation. I'm not sure which one was sent to the Landmark Commission. But this is a night shot. We are planning, the storefronts are going to be, have a single mullion in the middle. In this, they're shown as regular mullions. For structural reasons, we can't accomplish that, and we have to go with a SSG mullion or a structurally glazed silicone, which actually will return it more to the historic, which would make it look more like a single pane of glass. It'll have a glazing bead down the center of it, but the mullion will be on the inside. It'll look more or less like a single pane of glass. And then the bulkhead at the bottom also raises up with the window. You can go to the next slide. You can see it open here a little bit better. We would like to include some patio seating along the sidewalk. This will require a permit from the tenant, of course, but that is these doors are meant to function so that you can access that patio furniture outside, and then also bring the outside in with some natural ventilation. You can go to the next slide. And this is it closed. Next slide. This is just it looking east. And you can go to the next slide. You can go to the next slide as well. This is it just closed. This is a floor plan, just for reference. The main entry is over in the right-hand bay, with the two bays to the left that have the operable door. You can, next. This is an example of just a plan detail of the overhead door. It is a counterweight system, but we are actually locating the counterweights away from the door so that it minimalizes the impact of the width of the solid portion we have to include for structure. So those will be located away from the doors, hidden away. The doors will project 5.5 feet out over the sidewalk, and likewise 5.5 feet inside because it is center pivoting. And we will be replacing the new entry door with a like door that'll be painted green, and it'll just be a storefront door. You can go to the next slide. And these are just some interior images for reference. Next, please. Next, please. This is the main entrance. Next, please. And next, please. Yeah, so I guess I would open it to comments, but this presentation did not include the correct signage or canopy over the entrance. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened.
So we have two options here that I would suggest. Either we can vote on the doors and then you return for the canopy and signage, or we could, and this would be Don, can we do this? Can we basically pause you here, and you could email us the correct presentation, allow us to move forward with the rest with some of the agenda, and then we could vote on yours later in the meeting.
Madam Chair, I have emailed the correct presentation to both Maurice and Mr. Pettit.
Okay. Maurice?
Sorry, yeah, I would approve. I would like to present today. So if we have to wait, that'd be the best.
I have not received. I received something from Don Pettit. I have not received something from anybody else. Who was it that said they sent it?
Tom Stransky, Maurice.
Okay. I don't have your email. Is the one that Don sent correct, or should I wait for yours to come through?
Well,
I don't.
I believe what I sent you is the updated presentation.
The only thing different, Ethan, is the signage, correct?
Yeah, the signage and the doors are shown more correctly with the mullion behind it.
Right.
But yeah, it's the canopy and signage that are that's the main difference.
Don, no, you sent me the agenda again.
I'm sorry. I thought the attachment was the new presentation.
Nope.
Okay, so would we like to pause your presentation here to allow, the gerbils to catch up and transfer things, and then we can complete your presentation here shortly?
Actually, it just came in. If you want to wait 1 second, I can open it here. There you go. That is different.
Yeah.
Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, so these are some existing photos. There is a awning above that we will be removing. And you can also see there's an existing concrete curb at the bottom of the storefront. In the portions of where we have the overhead doors, we will be demoing that portion to make it more or less flush with the interior so that we can create a smoother transition. So you'll be able to actually walk out onto the sidewalk. Next slide, please. This is where the new entry will be, as well as the canopy and signage. Next slide, please. And then this is the last storefront that we will be adding the overhead door into, and we will be removing the awning from here as well. Next slide. This is the overhead door. Next slide. So this is the correct sign and canopy. So we are creating a new canopy over the whole right side bay, and we'll have an internally lit extruded letter sign cabinet up above. And those will be on 2 rail systems that connect to the mullions in the train zone. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the 3 bays altogether. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. So this shows the canopy a little bit better. The front and side finishes are going to be a sort of patinaed bronze metal finish, and the underside is going to be a perforated metal panel with a highly reflective finish that relates to our interior concept of creating of both filtering light and creating these sort of photographable moments. So, and to draw attention to the new main entrance. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is showing the storefront open. As you can see, the whole bulkhead comes up with the operable door. So it'll create a flush transition from interior to exterior. Next slide, please. This is looking east again. Next slide, please. And you can see the mullion behind the glass here. And there will be a silicone glazing or sealant line in between there because it has to be two separate panels of two separate panes of glass. And we had to do that because of the using a standard aluminum capture system would require us to put two mullions in the storefront and require 3 panes of glass, and we wanted to avoid that. Next slide, please. This shows the canopy the best. It projects out 3 feet, and we included a rounded edge on it to relate back to the building details, the soft columns and the kind of curved balcony up above. And there's a small drip edge on the top of it, and it slopes towards the sidewalk. And you can see the reflective underside with the light filtering through it. Next slide, please. This is just another image showing the sign cabinet and the underside of the canopy. Next slide, please. This is showing the canopy at night. You can see it lights the sidewalk, and the sign glows above it. Next slide, please. This is the plan, like nothing has changed between those. And this is showing the canopy and the sign in the correct positions on the storefront. Like I said, the canopy projects out 3 feet, while the open doors project out 5.5 feet. Next slide, please. And then here are just some interior images. And I will open it up to questions. Thank you very much for dealing with me. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Can we have feedback from the local design review committee?
Thanks, Madam Chair. It's Tom Sterinsky from the Warehouse District for the Historic Downtown Cleveland Design Review Committee. We approved this as presented. I'm also very hopeful, like I mentioned in the previous project, is that this storefront system is what I'm told by the architects, by this project and the project after this one, is that this cost-wise, it's pretty similar to a NanoWall system. But from a design review or historic preservation standpoint, the fact that it looks like completely like a storefront when it's closed, and then it lifts up and be operable for more modern restaurants programming. I'm very hopeful that this is, when I see it in place, that it's kind of a perfect storm between the two, but the two needs from historic preservation and modern uses for storefronts, and they're both obviously reversible if it wanted to put a typical traditional storefront in there. So with that, we did approve this.
Excellent, thank you.
Madam Chair, we have Alan Dreyer.
We'll open up to the commission. Please go ahead, Mr. Dreyer.
I'm getting, I think, a little confused. So are you just treating these 3 bays? Are there other bays that you're not treating?
No, the only 3 bays that are included in the restaurant are these 3. So that's the whole restaurant fit out. We aren't.
So the other bays of the building are not being improved or not being changed from the existing.
That is correct.
Okay. I'm concerned about how that would look, and especially since we don't have a full view of the building. The other minor comment I'll make is the, for lack of a better word, the awning over the main entrance. It doesn't look like that'll protect you against rain, and I'm not sure the purpose of it then. I mean, it looks very, very nice, but if it doesn't protect against rain, I'm not sure why you'd put it up. That's the only comment I have.
Yeah, for the comments about the canopy, it was more so to draw attention to the main entrance than to provide rain protection. We were concerned that the just having the sign there wasn't going to give attention enough to the entry and the new business. And this was actually suggested by the local design review district while we were still in kind of schematic phase.
Madam Chair, we have Giancarlo, Tom, someone else from Architecture Office, and Adrian.
Go ahead, Adrian. I'm sorry. Was that first, Adrian?
The first would be Giancarlo, then Tom, then someone from Architecture Office, and then Adrian.
Okay, go ahead, Giancarlo.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. One is that storefront program is actually attached behind the columns, right? That they're not attached to the columns. I'm curious how the stone and the storefront how they're affected by this new renovation. They will be attached the same way as the previous storefront?
Yes, they will be attached the same way as the previous storefront. We may be showing it a little incorrectly as far as the way the stone interacts with the storefront, but we won't be bringing the storefront out any further. It's going to attach the same way as the existing.
So there'll be no drilling or any attachment devices going into that column, the stone column at this point?
No, the plan is to not to.
Thank you. And then I actually think it's a very elegant solution. I like the sign. The previous sign is a little disturbing. And then, the other question I have is how are you treating the sidewalk, especially as you will enter the entrances?
Are you speaking to the overhead doors?
What will become the flooring of that outdoor area and the entrance? The flooring at the entrance into the restaurant itself from the sidewalk.
So there will be a concrete curb that we're demoing down to be flush with the sidewalk, and then there'll be a wood floor on the interior.
So you're stepping from the current concrete sidewalk into the interior?
That is the plan, yes.
Okay. That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Shurinsky.
I just wanted to address Mr. Dreyer's concern about the storefronts in the entire building. The good thing about this, so the rightmost bay from a storefront standpoint is completely untouched to the existing. Besides returning it back to the green color because we allowed it to be painted brown with the previous tenant or two tenants ago actually. So that storefront will actually match all other storefronts in this building. And then the way that the applicant has designed the operable storefronts is to, and that's the beauty of this project, is that they can articulate the bulkheads and the storefront system to match the existing from a color and a scale. I mean, there's some differences a little bit with the scale, but the hope and expectation is that when they're closed, it'll be very hard to distinguish between it being matching the existing storefronts.
Thank you. Go ahead, Is there additional?
Then we had Tom.
Tom.
Hi, this is Adam Rose Kelly with Architecture Office. I think you might be confusing. It says AO Laptop is my name. But anyhow, I had one quick comment. It was mentioned that the canopy may not protect from the elements. I just wanted to confirm that it is a watertight solution. So this will have a roof on it with a drip edge. The water will drain off of the front of the canopy. And I believe Ethan said it was about 3 foot 6 inches deep. So it will protect from the elements. That's all.
Thank you for that clarification. Ms. Bailey, you had questions or comments?
That was one of my questions, how the water is going to flow off that canopy. So is some kind of drain or gutter behind that canopy that's going to drain the water off?
Unfortunately, we couldn't figure out a way to include a drain and gutter that didn't impact the facade of the building. Placing a downspout somewhere. So we've just included a drip edge off the front of it.
The drip edge at the front. So it's sloping away from the building, not sloping back toward the building.
Correct. Yeah, it's
okay. The drawing looks like it's sloping toward the building. All right. One of the questions, since we're on the canopy, we're trying to match all the colors, so it looks more of a brownish color. Is that going to be green as well? Drip edge?
It will not be green. It'll be a more or less patinaed brass color to help tie in with some of the interior finishes we're proposing.
Okay. Maurice, could you go to the existing elevation and then go to the new elevation? It's not straight. Yeah, I mean that is straight. Yeah, keep going. I want to see more than 1-2 bays of all of them if we can. Well, all right. I can see all the other ones and then zoom in back into the existing one. Okay. I have a question about the vertical pieces or the framing that's on the edge, on the side of both the operable windows. I'm looking at the width of it. You can see right here on the existing condition, there's a little narrow. So can you go to the, I can't point, but the vertical frame is a little narrow by the doors on this one. Go to the new one, Maurice. Okay, that's good enough. I'm looking at the thickness of the vertical pieces on both bay. I'm just wondering if there's any way you can nail it down and make it a little, not too thin, but more proportional. It looks too wide, and I'm not sure if it's part of the structure of the garage, but I looked at, if you go to the next page, or the one that shows the floor plan detail of the garage, Miss Maurice. That was my,
which one?
Keep going forward. There's a detail of the garage, and it's showing the sides of the detail. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. All right, right here. Up on the left, up above on the left corner, and I'm looking at the thickness of that vertical piece. There's a way it can get narrow, or it has to be that wide to support the garage opening, because it looks out of proportion as far as the thickness, the width, to see if it can just get narrower so it can blend in with the rest of the frame. It don't have to be too thin. So that's my question right there. Can the vertical pieces on the side, the framing of the garage, can be narrow a little, so it can be proportional to the rest of the windows and the framing? So that's one of my questions. I have another one.
Yeah, to that point, unfortunately, we can't make it any narrower. That is the structure that's required. because the way the door works is it's not supported from the top like a lot of overhead door systems. They're supported by the jambs, so those have to be structurally sound enough in order to, you know, take that those forces.
Now, a question: Can you widen the door a little to make that narrower, or that's the standard width of the garage door to create that support?
So because of the doors are by nature mostly custom, so they can come in any size, but we've made them as wide as we can while including the structure that's needed.
Okay, that's fine. And my other question is, I like the signage and above the canopy, but my question is it necessary to have the other two small ones? And as far as the larger sign above the canopy, is the vertical monument, how is it being support or attached at that location?
So I'll speak about the smaller signs first. Those would just be vinyl graphics on the wall, on the window above, and we just wanted those to, you know, signify that these are also the Filter restaurant. So that's why we included those. As far as supporting the larger sign, there, like I said in the presentation, there's going to be 2 rails behind the letters, and those will fasten back to the mullions and the transom. And then on the large letter R up at the top of it, and then on that the small branch, that'll also be connected to the mullion to help support it.
Well, I like the presentation and that you changing back to the color and how you manipulate to the best of your ability the opening, the garage opening, so everything can look close to consistent when it's closed. So I really like how you did this. Thank you.
I think I may be next with feedback. I echo.
You are.
Okay. Putting my hand up so I can get a time to talk. I appreciate this solution. I think it's a very creative solution. I like how you're able to go back to the original design with, you know, the larger panes of glass. My only question is that the bulkhead detail on the 2 doors. If Maurice, can you actually go back to the elevation you were just on? Right there, perfect. You have the bulkhead broken up to in the left side, and then 3 at these 2 new doors. Can you answer why you've changed the design between the door bulkhead and the storefront bulkhead, and which one matches the existing conditions?
So the storefront on the right-hand side is what would match the existing conditions. The new operable storefront doors, we broke it into 3 panels because that's what we saw in the historic storefront. And we wanted to try and, you know, return to that, make it look kind of pay homage to that. So that's why we did that.
I personally would have them all consistent. It's just my personal opinion versus the 2, because if, Maurice, can you go to the existing photograph? On the overall existing that you went to for Adrian. Okay, right there is actually good.
One back, one forward.
You
go with that one?
Correct. Is this the existing configuration of our fence also?
Yeah, this is the existing configuration. So I'm sorry, it would be broken into 4 panels. That one on the right-hand side, the new entry.
Can you do the same for your garage doors so they all have the same configuration?
That wouldn't be an issue. We could do that.
I would just go with have consistency across that elevation so that it looks, obviously you're going through great pains to try to replicate, the existing conditions and make it more consistent with what was previously there and across your storefront. So I think that's just one of those minor things that I think would really improve it. I also question the graphics on I like the new internally illuminated sign over the entrance, but I question the graphics up in the transom and the other 2 elevations. If you could go to one of the proposed elevations, Maurice. More to where you can see all 3 bays, if you don't mind. That one's good. Yeah, that's perfect. And I guess at this point, those vinyl graphics, I think, are not going to achieve what you want, in my personal opinion. From the vehicular approach, your sign is going to, be effective, but from a pedestrian scale, you're not going to really see those vinyl graphics and really be able to appreciate it. So my personal opinion would be to eliminate those or to pull them down closer to the pedestrian experience, like maybe over your recessed doors, so that it still conveys the continuity of the 3 storefronts, but really allows the pedestrian to understand that versus a vehicle.
Okay, yeah, we'll look into that. Thank you.
And I think those are the only comments that I had.
We have Michelle Anderson and then, Michelle Anderson.
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think overall this is a great improvement over what is there. I like the consistency of the green color with the storefronts to the west. I think this filter sign is much more pleasing than the Take 5 sign that it'll be replacing. My only hesitation on this one is that canopy. I think there's other ways to enhance that main entrance and make it attractive to the people coming in without the addition of the canopy. That canopy interrupts the rhythm of the storefronts of that building. I think, in a heavy rain, it's just going to bring water gushing down on people. So that's my only hesitation on this one. Otherwise, I think it's a very fine project, very nicely done.
Thank you.
And those are all the hands I have.
Okay. Would someone like to entertain a motion?
Oh, looks like we have Adrian and Adam from Architecture Office.
Since we're looking at this elevation, and I understand what the architect was saying about the bottom vertical jam, is it matching the upper frame, the width of it, or is it a little wider? It's just photo too. I'm still talking about what I was saying previously about the vertical pieces on the side of the door garage. So if you look above, it looks narrow above and a little wider at the bottom. So is it wider?
Are you talking about the transom mullions?
No, I'm talking about the jam or the vertical piece that I was talking earlier. I thought was too wide. So I'm looking above at the top on the second level. Are they both the same size, the width-wise?
I do not know. We didn't get up to the second level to measure those. This is just drawn from just photographs and looking at the eye for scale. I don't think they're going to match that, the width of that, but if we can, we would like to.
That's fine. I'm willing to make a motion if no one else doesn't have it. Any more comments, Chairwoman?
This is Adam Rose Kelly again with Architecture Office. I just wanted to make one quick comment on the smaller graphic logos in terms of the pedestrian view. While that is visible to someone driving in a car past the building, it would also be visible to someone across the street walking on the sidewalk. So from a pedestrian view, I do think it's important for the branding of the space to just have all three of these storefronts be articulated in some small way. It's very subtle, very minor. I don't think it's something that we're going to get too hung up on if the board believes that needs to go away. But I would really like to see those there. That's all.
Yeah, I don't mind them with incorporating into the design. Since I'm the one who made the comment, I'll just clarify. I would prefer them to be lower so that they are visible from both the pedestrian on your side of the street and the other side of the street, so that you do visually connect those three. So that's just my personal opinion.
And so when you say lower, you mean on the operable portion of the storefront?
I don't know if it's appropriate on the operable where you have it. I guess my personal opinion would be maybe over your transoms of those two doors that are recessed, so that it's a more subtle indication of the three storefronts being connected, and doesn't take away from the large door, or it's always visible. I'll say it differently. So it's always visible whether the door is up or down. That's my personal opinion.
My concern there is that the doors are recessed. I like the idea of kind of putting them in that header, but I'm afraid that because the doors are recessed in those columns, that columns are very deep and create pockets that are 4 feet plus deep. I'm afraid that it just wouldn't be visible there.
That's valid too. Like it as much up in that, the transom, the large transom up there. So I will let other commission members, whoever puts forward the motion, make a decision if that's something that they'd like to comment or not within their motion. So Ms. Put forward a motion, please go ahead.
The motion is to approve the project as presented. The signage, the two signage need to get looked at, and staff can look at it. Either remove it because it's taking it away from the larger one, or put it down above the transom and make it smaller. But discuss that with staff. The second one is to look at the two vertical on the sides of the door to see if it can get narrow, and try to be proportionate with the one above. So that can also go to staff. And the bottom panels to match the existing, that also can go to the number of account of the panels. That also can go to staff.
Excellent. Do we have a second on that motion?
I will second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion by the commission? No? Secretary, could you please call roll and announce the results?
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchia,
Yes.
Mr. Dreyer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. We look forward to seeing your project, and please just submit those clarifications that were requested to staff.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our fourth applicant located at 2074 East 4th Street, storefront renovation and outdoor patio for Goma.
Hi, this is Gabriel with HSB Architects. I'll be presenting for the client. So this is a proposed restaurant build out at the previous Kinado location on the corner of East 4th and Prospect. It's directly across from Flannery's Pub, if you guys are familiar. The interior build out of this is currently underway. They started demolition earlier this week. A contract has been awarded. So the interior build out has already been submitted for plan review and the permit has been pulled. This is kind of tacked on to that. The proposed scope is to add operable openings on the Prospect elevation. The next few slides, I just presented some of the interior renderings just for reference on what the general feel and aesthetic is intended to be on the inside of the restaurant. Again, all this has kind of been approved separately, but moving on to the exterior portion is what we really want to review. So this slide here shows an example of where the two operable openings are being proposed. This was a little more preliminary and schematic, so it's not 100% accurate, but I'm going to proceed through the next slides. We'll walk through what's being proposed. So here's the elevation along Prospect, the existing storefront. What I have highlighted in red is the area that we would be potentially impacting. That fourth storefront on the right is still a portion of our space, but we are not touching that existing storefront. That's currently where the kitchen is located. So that will be remaining as is. The three on the left are what we'll be modifying, and the two center portions are where the operable openings would go. And then we're just having a minor modification of a man door on the far left side. Next slide, please. This shows the East 4th elevation. The doors on the right are existing, and that is the primary entry into the space. We are adding a single man door just as a service door so that food runners are able to service the patio without having to go through that main door out and around. And that may make a little bit more sense if you want to go to the next slide. I believe it's a plan. So on the left side, that's the existing plan showing in dash what we are demolishing. The area highlighted in the red is the primary storefront along Prospect that we're looking to touch. And you can see the two operable openings in the center of the overhead doors. And then again, that single man door just below the hostess station to help service and seat patrons as they come in the main door off of the hostess. Slide, please. Here is a zoom in of the area we are touching. We're proposing building out a patio area on the Prospect side. Currently, if you recall in that previous existing storefront elevation, there is no patio. It's a pretty deep sidewalk there. The adjacent tenant, Red Steakhouse along Prospect, does have a similar style outdoor patio railing that's enclosed. So we would be looking to extend that, again, just to help activate the nightlife on Prospect, in addition to the existing patio that's on East 4th. Next slide, please. As we mentioned, we've been working with Tom Sterinsky and his team, the local review committee, worked through a couple different iterations. This was one of the initially proposed, which is more of just the stock option of the Renlita specification that we were originally looking at. And I wanted to show this just to show where we originally started the design and how we progressed and moved through that. So if you want to shift to the next slide, you can see the modifications that we made to really help things align and be more similar to the existing and more historic storefront that's in place. So as you can see, we are using a similar Renlita product. It's a slightly different specification than you saw in the last project, but again, it's still a Renlita option. And it's actually one of the newer models that we're proposing. So a lot of similar gestures. We're looking to butt glaze and try to conceal as much of the horizontal mullion as possible. And we are having a similar kind of third breakdown between the storefronts. And We do maintain that bulkhead line with a solid infill panel at the base of it. And then on the left side, you can see where we would be adding a man door, again, just to help service the patio and seat patrons out of that. The other thing I'll mention is we are intending to paint out, based on our discussions with the review committee, we will be looking to probably paint out the first floor of the facade. And that's why I kind of hatched it and showed it as a darker tone. The storefronts will be maintaining that darker bronze finish, and we would be proposing a similar kind of dark charcoal or dark bronze paint finish along the actual storefront, just to kind of clean things up a little bit, because it was mentioned that the color is a little bit off and looks a little weathered. Next slide. Here's an example of that Renlita Evo View product. Again, this is similar to the previous one. It's a slightly different specification. This actually will not come into the space at all. This one is basically just what the fixed storefront that you see, and as it comes up into play, it basically creates a canopy over top of the patio space. It also has an integral screen to come down if it is in the operable position, which is a nice little feature as well.
The comment about breaking up the facade.
I think someone may not be on mute. Next slide. Here are some example storefront shop drawings. These are kind of the stock storefront shop drawings. So we worked with the manufacturer to actually modify it slightly, again, to accommodate the historic district kind of character of the storefront. But this is just an example of how that functions and how that'll operate. Yeah, you can filter through these pretty quick. I think these are just more kind of stock details. Again, it's a 4x4 tube steel frame on either side. And then this is basically a prefab unit that will be put into place and fastened. Here's just calling out a few things. So that horizontal mullion, that'll actually be moved to the back of the glass, and the glass panel will be flushed out in front of it to conceal that somewhat. And the area that we have hatched will be that kind of solid bulkhead infill panel that aligns with the existing bulkhead. Any questions?
Thank you. Do we have local committee?
Yeah, Tom Sterinsky again from the Historic Downtown Cleveland Design Review Committee. We've approved this as presented. 2 questions for Mr. Fay. I thought that, is this the right presentation? Because I thought you had details on the door.
Yeah, this is an outdated one as well. The latest option actually has the vertical mullions here. We aligned those with the existing transom mullions overhead, and we pronounced a little bit more detail. So I think this embodies the character, or the general intent. But we did have a revised, updated submittal that we had sent over.
Yeah, because there was detail on how they kind of provided mullions for the detail around the bulkhead, the vertical mullions aligned with the transoms above, and then there was the man door on the prospect side is a typical man door. There was no issues, but there is a small step there because the grade differential. You guys can ask questions. I'll see if I can find that presentation and email to Maurice again.
Okay, then we will move on to commission feedback. Questions or comments from the commission?
I have a comment. I was trying to find my hand raise. It's not getting there. To the architect, when I'm looking at for the garage door, so you're saying at the bottom there's a film on there so it can kind of match the height of the existing.
It'll actually be an infill brake metal panel with a mullion on the top and bottom. I think similar to what you saw in the previous one. So we reviewed potentially just applying a film, but ultimately we didn't think that would capture the spirit of the historic character enough. So we did work with the manufacturer to actually provide a solid infill panel.
A solid infill. Oh, it's a panel. Okay. And it's materials is thin and it's going to match the other colors.
That's correct. It'll be the same dark bronze. Yep.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Well, that's all I have for now. I like this one because although the mullions on the doors is offset to the transom mullion, everything in here blends in, including the base, the size of the thickness of the garage door. Now, the existing jamb, that's the full height from the transom down, that's existing. So that's also all consistent. So you're trying to make the door framing as thin as possible, and it may have something to do with how the structure of this house is opening up compared to the previous project. But yeah, I like this one. Everything looks consistent.
Madam Chair, we have Ray Tarasic.
Go ahead, Mr. Tarasic.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a comment. I really like how this opens up and activates the prospect side of that area. This is one of my favorite areas of downtown. And the East 4th side, I know there's the outdoor seating at that particular location on the East 4th side. But I like the way that this potentially opens up and activates the rest of that corner, connecting Flannery's on the other side, Red, which I believe is your adjacent neighbor, and then Barrio, and just really, I think, adds to that whole connectivity of that whole area that's there. So I really like the potential of the activating of that particular corner, which hadn't been done before with this design.
Thank you. Other commission members?
Nobody else at this point.
Okay. I guess I'll just do my comments because I think if we can see the revised presentation, that will address it. My only comments were going to be, or to ask if there's the ability to have the, rather than the 3 equal size panels to match the mullion up above.
We will be.
Okay, so, if we're doing that, we would just need that revised submission if it doesn't come through now. And I think that would really clean the elevation along East 4th Street. Will you just be, I'm sorry if I missed this, you're just modifying the existing storefront to replace the one pane with a door, is that correct?
That's correct. And there's actually already the 3-foot wide panel that's in place. Currently, it just is a fixed panel. So we would just be removing the fixed panel and placing an operable door there.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what are the colors of the windows above this storefront? You said the store going to be a bronze, but what's the existing colors above?
Yeah, here you can see it's kind of an off green or kind of a patina coppered color. But all of the existing base, first floor is a dark bronze throughout. So we're maintaining that.
Have you thought or did you explore taking that back to the original color?
No, I mean, I think you would, without replacing all of that storefront, which is pretty substantial, we would have to be painting it. And I think the quality of that may end up looking worse than keeping that existing.
Madam Chair, the only thing is it's an existing historic fabric are the piers. All the existing storefronts are the standard Durnotic bronze. I wish it could change too, but.
This is our chance. I'm trying.
Well, this becomes a maintenance issue when you're painting the aluminum frame.
No, I know.
Madam Chair, this is the updated presentation that Mr. Storinsky just sent. I don't see any difference in the slides.
I would go to the end, Maurice, because you'll see the correct configuration. No,
no,
that's
go.
What you sent? No, that's not.
No,
it.
go.
Shoot.
Go. No, this. If you go back to the elevation, it has more detail pronounced to it.
Oh yes. Nope. Go back this way. Yep.
Yeah. So here you can see this is what we have noted as the approved manufacturer review. So we did review this to make sure our dimensions and what we were proposing is possible. So This is a little more cleaned up and highlights. Again, the verticals, we went to align those. We're still trying to conceal that horizontal break with the butt glazing joint. And here you can see how those pronounced fixed panels along the bulkhead will be detailed.
So that addresses my questions. Other questions or comments from the commission, or someone like to put forward a vote?
Before the motion, I just have a comment. So back to the panels on the garage doors. So the material is metal. So the existing in the other bay is also metal for the bottom base.
No, the bulkheads below the existing storefront are actually, they're not metal panels, but we would be painting those out the same color so it would appear the same.
But the material that's on the, obviously on the door front is a metal, because one of your elevations said metal.
Right, the storefront portions are metal, correct?
Yeah, okay. On the garage, so I just want to make, the garage door, I just want to make sure the material from the existing and the material, the bottom base, is also metal. Okay, all right. Yeah, this elevation is much better than the one we was looking at.
So would someone like to put forward a motion?
Well, I'll make a motion. The motion is to accept the design as presented. I didn't see too much on the east fourth floor. If you have an elevation, or if you don't, to share that with staff. And also the material and the color of the bottom matching existing for the door front.
Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? See, Mr. Truss is up.
Yes, I'll second.
Thank you. So we have a motion, a second. Further discussion? Mr. Secretary, and announce the results.
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Kalikia,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
I think Madam Chairman is having some connectivity issues.
I am back.
There you go.
And I'm going to keep my video off, right? We'll move next applicant, the all-around childcare renovation 3271 East 55th Street.
Looks like we have Eli Mahler. We're having a hard, at least I'm having a hard time understanding you.
See.
It's very, very garbled. I don't know. Is anybody else experiencing the same?
Yeah, Maurice, this is Bob Strickland. I can't understand the applicant.
Yeah, Mr. Mahler, you might want to try calling in with your cell phone in addition to I
Attorney
noticed that there is another gentleman that's with this project. If you unmute yourself, sir, we would be able to hear you.
Yeah, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, can you hear me now, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm one of the owners of the business there, and Eli Miller is the architect. We have been going through this project several rounds. So, and what Eli is going to call or back, I can answer whatever questions you guys have.
Maurice, do you want to just move forward right there? Okay, so. Mr. Mueller back on the phone yet?
Not yet. Looks like he's dialing now.
Mr. Mueller, we can see. Oh, no, he's
still dialing.
Eli, oh.
Mr. Mueller. I'm sorry, the owner of the property. Could you repeat your name?
Munna, M-U-N-N-A, Munna.
Mr. Muna, would you mind if we continue forward to the next case and then come back to yours after that so that it gives your architect some time to call in?
Okay, that's fine. I mean, if that's what it takes to wasting time, other people's time, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
To have him part of this, but we do have a fairly full agenda. So if you don't mind, we'll move on to the next one and come right back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect, thank you. We'll move on to the next applicant then at 24-26 West Boulevard window replacement. Could that applicant please unmute or put your raise hand function up and unmute your mic and tell us about your project?
Good morning, committee. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Very good. I'm seeking a permit for the replacement windows at 2224-2226 West Boulevard. Unfortunately, we're going to do this a little bit backwards. I was under the impression that windows that did not have a structural change did not require a permit. So as we progress through the slide, you'll see the completed project. If we can go ahead and move forward a slide or two. I'll give you a rundown real quick. Go ahead, go to the next one. When I purchased the home in 2017, the home was in dire condition and needed a lot of updates, repairs. The windows specifically had degraded beyond the ability to repair. They were either alternates had been put in. Most had wood, the trim that had been rotted out. As you can see in that picture, this bottom sash was completely missing. Many were cracked. Most had plastic covered over them. They were just in terrible condition. Only 2 windows in the home were actually openable as well. You'll continue seeing a few more pictures. If you guys would like to read through what I put together for the design review committee, you're welcome to as well. We go ahead and go to the next slide. Every window was replaced with the exact same size window. In the bottom of the house in the front, we replaced them with what's called a heritage style window, which was true to the exact window that was in here before. Smaller openings on the top, larger on the bottom. Go ahead and step to the next slide, if you will, and you'll see maybe one more. This is as I was taking on the project. I ultimately have repainted the home, re-landscaped it. It is my personal home. You can see the original windows during replacement and after. We replaced everything with a double hung window. I've used in other properties, had great success with it. You get a lot of value for the window. The next photo should bring us one more, possibly. You'll get to the completed project. So here's a before and after on the side. of the home. This was also during some paint work that was taking place. And one more, you'll get a final view, I believe, of kind of the overall of the, oh, excuse me, one more. So unfortunately, I'm a little bit behind, or I guess my cart was before the horse here, due to some information. Unfortunately, I found myself unemployed this year due to the COVID, and so I've taken the time to renovate the property that I lived in. And when I called in, I was given some incorrect information. When I originally requested information on window permits, I was told that we followed the Ohio Building Code. Ohio Building Code stated that structural, as long as structural changes didn't take place, that permit wasn't needed. I've since learned that that is incorrect in the city of Cleveland. Permits are required, but as you can see what we've done here, and at this point, I've already met with the DRAC, the Design Review Committee. And so if that member's on here and they would like to take over, that would be great. I don't know if you have any direct questions for me.
Well, let's hear about the feedback from the Design Review Committee, and then we will ask you questions from the commission after that. Do we have a representative from the Design Review Committee?
Madam Chair, Jessica Trevisano couldn't attend the meeting today, but I have the report from the committee. This was reviewed at the end of October 26th. As Mr. Fawcett indicated, we were reviewing this after the fact because most, if not all, the work had already been done. The committee approved the window replacement with the condition that the upper attic windows should be replaced with an exterior applied crosshatch pattern grid, replicating the original attic windows. And on the first floor, and the heritage portion of the windows on the first floor should receive a permanent exterior applied product replicating the design of the original leaded upper windows. So the project was approved with the exception of the treatment of the attic windows and the leaded glass windows on the first floor.
Excellent, thank you. Questions or comments from the commission?
Adrian Bailey, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
You're muted, ma'am. And then we have Bob Strickland after Adrian.
That was one of my questions about those upper windows, how they're existing. Does the owner has a photograph of the existing of the upper windows, the original?
If you go back to the first slide, you will see the original crosshatch, and the manufacturer of this window does provide a insert for this window. And so we are able to procure a almost identical crosshatch. If you get on slide number 1, a little bit larger, it's kind of hard to tell, but it's just the upper portion of the window, traditional crosshatch pattern that's applied to the exterior. The original was a wood frame crosshatch that fit in the upper portion.
I noticed that the color is different from the original, but that's another question with the commissioner. Now, back to Don Paddock's comment from the design review on the first floor. This is a question for the owner. Can I see what was changed from the original to the first floor windows? If there's a zoom in, I can
go to slide 8. Go back. Let's see. Should be slide 8. At least in my presentation,
I don't have them. I don't have numbers on them, so I don't know what slide 8 is.
Okay. Just go forward, and I'll tell you when to stop. you'll see a before, during, and after of the first floor elevation windows there. Right there. So in the original, on the left-hand side, there was a, you can see in that photo, there was a pattern in the upper window, and we're going to replicate that exact pattern in the new Heritage window.
And that's just only for the first floor, right? For all the windows on the first floor?
They requested that the left side and right side, those 3 windows, be replaced on the floor. There were no other leaded windows in the home, ma'am.
Okay. All right, that was my question.
Madam Chair, we have Bob Strickland next.
I'm assuming I can go then. So the material that was used for the replacement windows, is that vinyl or fiberglass or what's the material?
It is a vinyl double hung window, sir.
And it sounds like the comments from the design review committee require replicating the pattern in the attic windows as a exterior applied mutton. Is that your understanding?
That is correct. And the manufacturer, I believe if you go to the very last slide, you'll see a little information on the windows. There may be a picture that shows those, but the manufacturer offers, excuse me, I apologize. It's not, well, you can see the shapes, but they do offer a exterior mullion. It is not in that slide, but they offer a mullion that fits into that upper window that would be identical to what was originally there.
All right. And how are you going to replicate the lead glass windows on the first floor to meet the design review committee's comment?
There are epoxy. There's a epoxy type material, and I plan to have an artist come out and do it themselves. I'm not quite that skilled, so I'll have an artist come out and do it. But it is a permanent epoxy that's applied to the window. It's raised just like the original lead would be in the window.
That's great. I didn't realize that something like that existed. So that sounds great. Did you do this work, or did you have a contractor do this work?
I did the work myself.
Okay. Well, it's always unfortunate that homeowners, we always respect and appreciate the investment that homeowners make, especially when you're going to live in the residence, to improve these historic neighborhoods. We always look forward to reclaiming some of these historic homes. And so I appreciate the investment that you've made, and the house looks great. I just wish that we could communicate better the requirements for the permitting process so that we avoid these unfortunate situations.
Yeah, I honestly, I appreciate the comment. I hope you find it in good taste. My desire was not to alter the home or take away, but to re-promote its original character. I've had many neighbors from all up and down West Boulevard stop to thank me for what we've done to this property. It really does stand out. It looks great. The colors we painted really tie in with the neighborhood well. I hope, the landscaping and all. But I really believe what happened was it was kind of a issue with COVID. And, I was not getting great information at the time from the city that I take full ownership on the misunderstanding. Again, I hope that everyone finds what we've done was in good taste, and that we can move this forward. I've been working on this for since back in May, so I'd like to see this through completion and know that everyone is on the same page here. I'm happy to oblige with the design reviews request as far as replacing those mullions and having that applique to reproduce that lead window downstairs.
Was there any other renovations that you did to the home that required a permit?
No. So everything's been done, as you can see, was obviously the windows were replaced. But other than that, it's been a landscaping job. It's been scraping of the paint down and painting the house, bringing it back to its former glory. And then I've also done some landscape lighting, as you can see, but
All right. Well, again,
Excuse me, if you're calling in on your phone, please mute your phone if you're not speaking. We're all listening to you and it's distracting. Thank you.
all right. Again, I think it's a beautiful home, and I appreciate what you've done to enhance this structure, enhances the entire neighborhood. And I just, it's disappointing when we can't communicate effectively the permitting requirements within a historic district.
Madam Chair, we have Adrian.
Bobby, if I may add something to that, just so you know, one of the issues is when I purchased this home, I was never aware that there was a design review or that this was a historic home. I've also called the Historical Society prior to doing the project and was informed it was not a historical home. They had no information they could provide me. It wasn't until after I requested a permit that I learned of the landmark commissioning and the design review. We talked about this a little bit in our last meeting. Unfortunately, I'm told the process, the way it works today, is you have to require or request a permit to even find out that your home falls under this. It would be nice if people who along West Boulevard knew this ahead of time, I guess. I'm not sure if there's a proper channel to learn of this, but I had no idea that there was a governing body that had a design review or anything of the nature for the home. I now know this, and I've been provided a print that shows what streets are, but I think that's one of the issues today for the people who live here on the street. I've talked to many of my neighbors, and they were also not aware that such thing was required for their homes.
That's unfortunately has been expressed to us, and we would hope that the realtors would help educate people as they purchase these homes and or the district. So I think that's great feedback for everyone to be reminded. Ms. Bailey, you had feedback?
You're muted.
This is back to Mr. Strickland's comment about how you're going to apply the design for the first floor window, and I heard the word epoxy. So do you have more detailed information on, is it paint or is it some type of metal piece that's going to be applied to the window, and it's going to be a little thicker, similar to the original design?
It is a product specifically created for recreating the lead on a window. Obviously we're not injecting lead into windows today, so it is a product specifically created for that. It is of an epoxy nature. It is a permanent once it is applied, but it is a product specifically designed for this.
Yeah, you said the key word lead, so I'm familiar with that. So I'm just wanted to get better understanding and submit to staff on more detailed information on that process as well.
Madam Chair, we have Michelle Anderson.
Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding real estate agents, unfortunately, most real estate agents are not aware of the different locations of the historic districts, nor are they aware of what that means when it comes to renovating a property. The state of Ohio has a property disclosure that has to be filled out by every seller selling their properties, and there's a specific question regarding historic districts, but I find people who live in the historic districts often don't really, they're aware of it, but they don't answer the question. I think because it's not uppermost in their mind unless they've actually done renovations to the home that require the permitting. So I'm not quite sure how to get the information out there, but it's not that easy to find whether a property is in a historic district or not. not information that's readily available.
We need to tap Carl to educate everyone.
Madam Chair, we have Mr. Pettit.
Go ahead, Mr. Pettit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to echo what Ms. Anderson just said. It's always been a problem for us to notify property owners. We do have historic signs up and down West Boulevard and on Clifton. We try to count on that certificate of disclosure, but it doesn't always get filled out properly, or we've talked on a staff level of doing a better job of notifying property owners after properties are sold. So it's an ongoing challenge for us, and it's something we need to do a better job of.
Well, I think, it was said earlier, I actually live very close to your renovated house, and it has come a long way. The intention is there to improve the property, but we do have these requirements. So I think your renovation has been fairly tasteful as you tried to match as much as possible. I think I can support this project personally if you, and it sounds like you are willing to add the additional exterior buttons to both the floor windows that we had the leaded glass and obviously had the leaded glass, so that it does truly go back to what the original design was. But the rest, I think, the house has come a long way. And the one thing I did miss, though, and I apologize because I had to step away for a minute, was what's the material that you replaced these windows with? Did you state
They are
that?
a double hung vinyl window.
Okay, so they are vinyl. So I'm sure somebody said this to you, and we will ask you to help your client or your clients, your neighbors. Typically, we don't approve vinyl window primary facade. Typically we will ask for these to be a wood or a aluminum clad wood window, are the two primary materials that we like to see on the primary. You have become more aware of this. We're always trying to educate what's the appropriate materials for structures, because you have a beautiful.
I'm happy to pass that along.
So I guess that would be my only feedback on the project. Is there other feedback from the commission, or would someone like to put forward a motion?
There's one other thing I'd like to add. Mr. Brunez, or Carl Brunez, I believe his name was, I had mentioned that I would be seeking a permit for a fence, and he asked if I had something ready to show that would help expedite that during this process. Is there a way I can screen share here real quick, or
unfortunately,
send this to someone?
You could try sending it to Carl or Don. We ultimately need to get it to Maurice here, who's doing the presenting. So I don't know if Maurice, if you would like to put your email address into the chat.
Sure.
I'm sorry, it broke up on my side for a second. Could you repeat that comment?
Madam Chair, I would ask Mr. Fawcett to forward his site plan to staff, either to myself or to Carl Brunjes. If it's a rear or a side yard fence, it's usually an easy administrative approval. I don't see the need to review it here today, but we can try and expedite that review. It's usually a big deal.
There's an existing chain link fence that's in terrible condition. We'll just be taking down the chain link fence and replacing it with a 6-foot wooden fence, is all we're requesting. And it comes around the back of the property and on the the south side of the property, the left side of the home. It comes up and will come to about 6 feet short of the front corner of the house on the left side. We're going to create a dog pen on the left side of the home there and leave the back side open, but it will have the fence will go all the way down the left side of the home to the rear property corner, come behind the garage and come back up halfway on the right side. The driveway, the way it enters over there, we don't want to bring it all the way forward. It gets too narrow, too tight, and we're not looking to enclose the backyard, but just to provide a little bit of privacy for some future landscaping as well that we'd like to provide back there.
So it sounds like Mr. Pittet.
It's basically replacing a chain link fence.
Perfect. So just to keep this clean, I think we're going to keep your approval to your windows, but it sounds like what you just described can be approved by staff. So if you submit it to staff, Carl and Deb, they can review it and potentially do it administratively. If it is beyond what it sounds like, then they'll bring it back to us. So they'll, as Don just said, he'll try to streamline you. So with that, would a commission member like to put forward a motion?
Okay, I volunteer.
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
Motion is to approve the design, the window presentation only, as presented with the two items on the first, the upper attic windows to match the original with the design, and the same for the first floor, adding the lead epoxy on the top windows. For, so those are the two motions, and also that the fence will go to staff for review and approval.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second. It's Bob Strickland.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Any further discussion? No? Mr. Secretary, could you please take roll and announce the results?
Ms. Anderson,
Yes.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio,
Yes.
Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Ms. Trott, it looks like we have Eli back on the phone. Did you want to go back to that case?
Yes, please. And if someone has a redundant mic going, you might want to turn off your computer mic if you are calling in addition to having the presentation on your computer. Sounds like there's a little reverb. I'm sorry, who's the presenter? Mr. Mahler, would you like to proceed on telling us about your project?
Yes, I want to apologize for the problem I had with my computer. I am on the phone now.
And we can hear you crystal clear.
That's wonderful. When you get my age, these computers are a little awkward sometimes, so I apologize.
Not a problem.
Anyway, on our last meeting, we got conditional approval, and there were several items that we had to address. If you go to sheet A4, I'm sorry, the front elevation, go back. Go back one. Go back another one. All right.
That's A2. Is that what you wanted?
Yes. Well, I did send in another set of drawings, which updated the conditions that you made, and it's not shown on this drawing.
Maurice, it's the last slide in the presentation.
No,
Well, I emailed a separate picture of the The revised
It's that
drawing.
one.
Oh, this one, yeah, that one, yeah, that's the one.
Okay, we got it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Pettit.
So the conditions were that the front door be painted brown to match the canopy shingles. Also, I added the brackets, which we talked about, and those also will be brown. The other item that was in discussion was at the turret, at the fascia overhang to make them wider, which I did. The set of drawings I sent in have been made so that they can go into the building department as soon as we do get your approval. So I did address the items that we had discussed last time. I'm open to any suggestions or anything else that you may have. We're ready to get this to the city for approval for permit with your approval on the concept.
Excellent. Thank you. Is there feedback from the local committee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This was approved by the East Design Review Committee on November 10th with the following conditions. And some of these have been addressed by Mr. Mahler already. The conditions were that the turret windows be the same size as the other windows on the turret. The turret roof, increase the roof overhang, add a frieze trim between the top of the third floor windows and the bottom of the roof overhang to give a cap over the hang larger. The darker door for the entryway to tie into the roof and the brick, and to add 2 to 4 decorative support brackets to the front door overhang to support the second floor. Mr. Mailer, can you just confirm that all of those items have been addressed in your new drawing?
Yes, at the tower, I did make the windows the same size as the first and second floor. And I did add the lower frieze below the overhang. And you adjust the color of the door and the brackets. And I believe that covers all of the items that were given to us.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Questions or comments from the commission?
Ms. Bailey.
Well, I would like to commend the owner as well as the architect for doing a new design that's close to the existing condition. I commend you for doing that. Is this the only drawing that you made changes? There's any other elevations that we can look at? Go around the building, or is this the only front that's being elevated?
No, I changed the other elevation too. I'm not sure if you have it in your package. The other elevation addresses again, the windows, the overhang of the turret, and brackets. So those items were carried over on the left and right side of the project.
And as far as the new window for the new addition, what materials are they?
They're wood-clad windows.
Okay. All right. And the roof shingles gonna match the existing, or is all the roof gonna be replaced, including the tower tour?
We're matching the existing.
And what about the colors?
But the colors were submitted.
Like the elevation,
Right, it's a brown color, which is in that submittal that we had given to the board.
And it's not gonna be no awning in this, correct? No awning on this? All right.
The overhang that we created projects out 2 feet. So that would act as the awning that.
Yeah, the overhang, yeah. As you were saying, the color of the new, I'm assuming it's hardy board material, is gonna match the colors of the rest, correct? The existing. All right. Okay, yeah, that's, all right, thank you, Maurice. I can see better on the side. Again, thank you again, for, doing the design where you won't take away the character of the original, design of the building. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the commission? No other questions? I think if I would also echo, thank you for also listening to the design review and quickly incorporating their feedback so that, we can create a design that everyone feels happy with.
Thank you very much.
If no one else has questions or comments, would someone like to put forward a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the design as presented. Share more detailed information in regards to the colors and the material, although you show it to staff, as well as the material of the siding and stuff to staff.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
This is Bob Frickman. I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
I would just add that the modifications shown on the revised drawing A4 be incorporated as part of the approved motion.
That's a great clarification. Thank you.
A4. I'll add drawing A4 on here for the modification.
Right, dated December 15th, or I'm sorry, I can't read the date on my screen, but whatever the date is indicated.
December 5th.
December 5th on A4. Diane, would you please call roll and announce the results?
Thank you. Ms. Anderson. Ms. Bailey.
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio.
Yes.
Mr. Dreyer.
Yes.
Mr. Strickland.
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik.
Yes.
Mr. Santora. Mr. Santora, are you still here?
Mr. Santora left the meeting.
I don't see him.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Trott.
Yes. Did you get Mr. Tarasik? Don, did you get Mr. Tarasik?
Mr. Tarasik.
Yes, you did. Yes, I vote yes.
Thank you. Sorry I missed you. The motion passes.
Thank you very much, Board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Finally, thank you. All right. Okay.
Good luck with your project.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you.
We'll move on to our last applicant for certificate of appropriateness, located 8206 Euclid Avenue, Liberty Hill Baptist Church.
Good morning, Madam Chair and to the Commission. I am Pastor Michael Brown, the Senior Pastor of Liberty Hill Baptist Church. I have with me two of our trustees, Trustee Chair Lieutenant Eccles as well as our church clerk, trustee Rita McKinley, and our sales rep from Stewart Signs, Jason Savage. I'm going to walk through the presentation on today. This is basically for a digital marquee outside the front of our church building. So we can go to the next slide. So I actually was called to the church February 23rd of this year, and have been making improvements in regards to technology and different things in regards to the church. And one of those big things has been our marquee outside. And so back on September 22nd, 1917, our church was organized, and in 1918, we were actually named the Liberty Hill Baptist Church. Sunday, November 4th of 56, we moved into the current building that we are currently in, which was then owned by the Euclid Avenue congregation, which now sits at 8206 Euclid Avenue. And in 1958, we burned the mortgage, laid the cornerstone, and dedicated the building to God. So there's some historical information in regards to our building. We also are a landmark, as many of you know, which we just received official proof of. And actually, Kyle came over and provided that landmark to us, that plaque to us this week that I presented to the church, and the original ordinance that was done back in 1954. Next slide, please. So you will see these two pictures here show our existing building, the Euclid Avenue Temple, as it was previously called, and now our current building, which again, we have not made any adjustments to the outside of the building. Next slide. Again, these are additional external pictures of the building. On the picture on the left, you can see our current marquee. It is what we would call an analog marquee. The growth area around that marquee is not like that now. We actually have planted flowers around that area. However, because we do a lot now, even in the midst of COVID-19, we're still feeding the community. We're still having mobile pantry. We're still kind of moving forward as God has foreseen us to do so. Our sign is not as adequate as we need it to be. And so that's why we moved to do a digital sign outside, digital marquee outside. Next slide, please. These are pictures of the area around the church. The picture on the left is the McDonald's that has now been remodeled that sits to the left of the church. The picture on the right is our parking lot, which we own, to the right of the building as well. The church actually occupies, I would say, 3/4 of 82nd Street across Euclid, between Euclid and Carnegie. Next slide, please. These are aerial pictures of across the street, which we have townhomes across the street directly in front of the church in the Euclid Corridor project. Next slide. Now we get into the marquee itself. So this is what our current sign looks like. Again, analog. You will see kind of in the center of that sign, there's like a poster that's put there. It kind of says mobile pantry. I actually created that when I first came to really promote our mobile pantry. Again, we're a large church, a large community church right there on Euclid. We do a lot for our community, and I really wanted to publicize, people coming to receive the resources that we have at the church. Unfortunately, because again, that's a poster board and a marquee, it got wet. The words started drowning, and so our current marquee is just not adequate for what we needed to do in the time that we're in. Next slide, please. So we went to Stewart Signs. We actually sent out for a couple of different proposals, and Stewart Sign was the selected company from our trustee boards and our congregation. They drew this elevation. So I want to just talk about this elevation a little bit before we get to the next slide. This is the elevation that was drawn from Stewart, and I do again have Jason Savage on the line from Stewart. And so one of the big things from the design commission, the architectural commission, they were worried about the amount of brick space that was shown at the bottom of the new electronic marquee. As you can see from this slide, from the previous slide, it looks like there have been brick added to the actual marquee. That is not the case. And so I wanted to show a better picture view of what that would look like in the new marquee. So we can go to the next slide. I hope I did it justice. So again, this is kind of my rendition of how that will look. Our brick mortar itself will remain the same. That new marquee would then be centered in between there. So basically all we are doing is taking out the analog piece of the marquee, adding in the digital piece, and removing the top church name sign from that marquee because that is already included in a title frame within the new marquee frame. Next slide, please. This is a depiction of what that cabinet, electronic cabinet looks like. It is a custom sized cabinet, 4 by 7/8, remote, USB. We have electricity already outside in regards to our current marquee, so that will not be a problem. The electrical for this marquee will simply run down the side. There are 6 markers. You see 4 markers there that will attach to the brickwork. And so there is no design flaws or no point where we will be destroying our current brick marquee that will take away from the building. It's simply taking out the analog piece and putting in the digital piece. Next slide. So again, there's some of the questions that were asked of the Architectural Design Committee. Again, the architectural feature at the top of the church name will be removed as it is connected to the current sign. The new digital sign will fit within that section. Again, I gave the parameters again. The sandstone caps that are located at the top of each of the brick columns would remain there. Next slide. The dimensions of the proposed sign cabinet are listed there for you as well. Again, this is a custom designed cabinet, which has an active display area, which we would call in 20 millimeter, which you'll be able to see from the street. We actually also went out and looked at other churches who had this same type of design to make sure we were picking the best design, not only to fit with our current church structure, but that it would not be displeasing to the eyes, but very pleasing to the eyes with the things that we were putting up there. Again, the mounting brackets are metal. They are approximately 6 inches from the unit. And then again, the electrical cable runs down the side of the cabinet. Next slide. And then that's just the names of our key project representatives, which I introduced at the beginning of the conversation. So I'm now ready to answer any questions.
Excellent, thank you. We'll start with, is there feedback from the local committee?
Madam Chair, this was approved by the Euclid Corridor Design Review Committee. Unfortunately, I don't have the report in front of me, so I don't know if there were any conditions or recommendations beyond that, but we do have a recommendation to approve.
In all fairness and honesty, so because I am the pastor, that's what I do. So one of the conditions was the information. If you go back, keep going right there. If you go back to this slide again, the concern from that committee was that we were adding brick to the existing design. And so that is why the next slide we go to show, I kind of tried to show the picture that we were not, that this cabinet would fit within our current design as has been proposed by Stewart Sign.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Adrian?
Go ahead, Ms. Bailey.
That's all for the design review comments. Before I make my comments, we go to the original signage with the masonry. Okay, I saw two different signs. Let me go back to the actual proposal that the Liberty Hill Pastor Church is presenting or want approval, because I saw two different proposals. Because that's one, that's the second one. Okay, so this is the one that we that the pastor you want us to approve of.
Yeah, so this kind of shows a depiction of what the sign would look like and has put into that current marquee that you saw beforehand. I'm not a good drawer. I tried to do the best that I could in regards to placing the cabinet into our existing sign so that you can see the brick information around the sign.
Yeah, so that's why I went back to the original, and I can tell you we're using the existing masonry, all that's gonna remain. But the top part in between the piers and the masonry is being removed, correct?
That is correct. The top name of the church will be removed, as well as that architectural kind of design that we have at the top of that, because it is connected to that nameplate.
Okay, so my question to you, I'm not sure if the representative from the sign company is also on this presentation. Have you looked at raising the sign so it can sort of kind of like be equal spacing around? It's too much of the top showing, but if you can raise that up so it can be equal down at the bottom, equal space at the bottom of the sign, and equal space from the top of the capping, so it can look proportion within that space. Have you looked at that?
That might just be, and I'll let Jason fight through that. That may be just a flaw of my part trying to get the commission to see fully what we were trying to do. The cabinet in and of itself sits proportionately within that, within our current structure. Again, the only difference is that white space at the top that you see that is missing the actual church name. So
I understand that. Yeah, sorry about that.
2 slides, I think. You can go back 2 slides.
I'm sorry, what did you want me to do?
Go back 2 slides. I think it's 2 slides to be to what we currently that one. So what you see, Ms. Bailey, is that what's going to be missing or not there would be where it says Liberty Hill Baptist Church with the white Bible and red cross, as well as that architectural feature at the top. That's the only thing that will not be there.
Now, let me ask you a question. It's the architectural piece at the top that you is what material is that?
Oh, I'm not sure. Echo, do you know?
So, hi, this is Jason with Stewart Sign. Thank you for having me, first of all. Are you talking about the ID cabinet where it says Liberty Hill Baptist Church?
Not the wording, the pediment. That's what we call in architecture, but I didn't want to use the architectural term. But the part at the top, above the signage, is that a separate piece by itself?
So that's a good question. So this is what's called our Techstar model, and it is essentially a cabinet within a cabinet. So it's one cabinet, but that top portion is what's called your ID cabinet. So where you see Liberty Hill Baptist Church, that is the non-digital part. It's the stagnant part of the sign. It doesn't move. It is LED backlit. And then below that is going to be the digital portion of the sign. So there's the ID cabinet, the non-digital part, and then below it, I think what you all are seeing is hope is found in Jesus. That would be the digital part of the sign.
Adrian, I muted you. There was a lot of feedback. Sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. Can you? I just did a quick guess so I can have the pastor and the sign representative. I didn't hear your name. See what I'm talking about as far as the new signage. Can you see the sketch?
Oh, so you're talking about on the current marquee.
Yeah,
Okay.
and your new sign is gonna be centered into the existing masonry, and you can still keep that top piece, but it's still gonna be an open space in between around the existing. Do you have an idea what I'm talking about now?
I see what you're saying now. I would have to, we come back to Jason in regards to that.
I mean, that's another option that you can look at.
Okay.
You're still removing the signage where it says Liberty Hill Baptist, and you're putting the new sign below, and you're keeping the top part, but because of the size of it, having a, sorry about that, that's my phone. You're still gonna have spacing in between. I'm just wondering, have you looked at that?
So we have not looked at that option, and I think that's an option that we possibly could look at. So what you're looking at is pretty much having that existing kind of architectural feature that's connected to our existing name, kind of put on top of the electronic sign once it's installed.
Yeah, so go back to the other one, the sign that you were presenting, Maurice. Yeah, right? No, not that one, the other one, yeah. So you still have room to keep that existing top and move that one up, the sign you have, and you just have spacing between the bottom and the top sign.
Okay. That's definitely an option we did not look at, so we'll definitely discuss that as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'm sorry, Ms. Bailey, are you done?
Yes, I'm finished.
Okay, I would agree. It feels just incomplete. I appreciate that you're trying to reuse the masonry that's there, but I think it feels incomplete without some type of closure at the head, either mimicking what's currently there at the sign or doing something simpler to echo maybe some of the architecture of the existing building to tie the two together. But it needs some type of cap for to make that the two so that the two side piers don't seem over the sign. So I have a problem with the digital sign because I know that that's become much more popular with the churches for communication, especially at times like this. My only questions are: is there any type of I'm sorry, you showed it surrounding, you have the townhouses across the street. Typically near residential, we suggest a schedule of when that sign will be turned off so that during hours it's not disturbing, especially residential neighbors. Do you have something like that in place?
Yes, and again, this is Jason with Stewart Signs. I'll speak to that. So when you purchase a sign through us, you get our software. It's called signcommand.com. It's a cloud-based software, so it gives you the capability to log into that software and schedule your sign. So you can pre-program things to come up at certain times, shut off, and then other things come up. You can schedule it to turn off at a certain time, come back on. You can schedule the time frames that there's messages that are scrolling or pictures or things like that. So it's all done through that software. It's very user friendly, and you can control it via that Sign Command software.
Thank you for that explanation. And Don, what do we typically recommend that these signs are off for?
I don't know that we have a typical schedule, but I would guess 10 o'clock at night or midnight, the sign should be either off or no longer scrolling, or I think, I guess we need a better understanding from the pastor what the program for the sign is, what their plan is.
Yeah, so actually we have already spoken about that schedule, and we have taken the the stance of some of the other churches around us who also have digital signs. We're looking to cut our sign off at that 11 o'clock time and bring it back up between 8:30 and 9 o'clock the next morning. So we run 9 a.m. Between 8:30 and 9 a.m. till 11 p.m. at night.
Excellent, thank you. Other questions or comments from the committee?
We have Miss Bailey again.
Hello. Back to Chairwoman's comment in regards to when to turn the light out. I would like to know if this sign is also going to control how much brightness come out, and can that be controllable? And also, dimmer is they want to dim it down, So I just want to know if that, other than just shutting the sign off and closing it, turning it off completely, do I have the ability to have brightness control and dimmer on there?
Great question. Yes, it does. So number one, it automatically adjusts to the ambient light outside. But then you can go into that software and control the brightness of it as well. So if you don't like the way it looks when it changes to the ambient light, you can go in there and reconfigure it. You can reconfigure it so that it's this bright at this hour of the day, and then it dims down at this time. So it's fully controllable through that software to control the brightness of it. Yes.
And this is a question for Madam Chair. Agree with you that the sign feels incomplete. This needs to be tabled and come back, or it can go to staff with the adjustment?
I think it could go to staff, and if they don't feel comfortable with, I'm open to other people's feedback. Mr. Strickland, Mr. Trosik, do you have any feedback on that?
We have Mr. Strickland.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
just thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at this, I agree that the new sign using the existing masonry base makes it look incomplete. Another potential fairly simple solution would be to cut down the height of those piers, salvaging the sandstone cap and reinstalling the cap at a lower height. Or, as has been suggested, maybe a combination of lowering those piers and using the more decorative element that currently exists on top of the new sign. But with those suggestions, I think it should give the signage contractor and the church, the pastor, sufficient guidance so that they could, I'd feel comfortable that they could just submit a proposed solution to staff.
Perfect. Thank you.
So in conversating with my trustees while we're going through this meeting, the great forces of technology, we actually like the idea of utilizing that top architectural portion to complete, as the commissioner stated, what everything looks like. We just want to make sure with Stewart that would be, we'll be able to do that. And talk with, again, the chair of my trustee board in regard to that. That may be something we would be able to do ourselves once the sign has been inserted into the current marquee space. So we do actually, and we thank you, Ms. Bailey, in regards to that suggestion, because that was one that we did not think of as we thought through this process. So I believe we will move forward with adding that architectural piece to the top portion of that sign if we are able to do that.
Okay, excellent. So with that, would someone like to put forward a motion?
I'll do another motion. the motion is to present the signage as presented, that it has brightness, dimmer control, if the church wants to keep it running, after midnight, but that's their decision. But also, whatever the final design is, to present that to staff and for their review and approval. And if they have to come back to landmark, they'll let us know.
Thank you. So we have a motion to approve as presented with the addition of a cap piece to either existing or something similar, or cutting down the piers. That modification, or do we have a second on that motion?
This is Alan, I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, Mr. Pettit, please take roll and announce the results.
Miss Anderson. Miss Anderson, are you still there?
Miss Anderson, I believe, left for a doctor's appointment.
Okay, thank you. Miss Bailey.
Yes.
Mr. Colicchio.
Yes.
Is Mr. Santora back?
I do not see him.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dreyer.
Yes.
Mr. Strickland.
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik.
Yes.
Ms. Trott.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Excellent. We look forward to your final solution.
Thank you so much, and I can actually provide that. I just got confirmation from our trustee chair that that is doable, to add that top portion of that architectural feature. So we will move forward with that piece of it. We will also coordinate the dimming or the turning off of the sign with McDonald's, which is again to the left of us, who also has a digital sign advertising their things. And so we will coordinate that information. So my question is, one, would you like to see another, or would staff like to see another picture of what it would look like? Or how would you like me to present that information to staff?
You should submit a revised drawing for our records to show what your intentions are for that cap, if it's going to match existing, and what's including, this image on the screen is helpful, but we would like to have dimensions on there also, of both your sign and the cap. And I think, Carl did mention that the design review did say that any details or notes that can be given related to making sure that this is capped and it prevents exposure deterioration to the masonry and building frame should be included. So thank you and good luck with your project.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That concludes our certificates of readiness. We have one concept plan on our agenda for today. It is located at 2429 West Superior Viaduct, a new mixed-use construction for Bridgeworks. Thank you for your patience, and please tell us about your project.
Good afternoon. I'm Jonathan Evans, principal at Mass Design Group, joined here today with our client team, as well as Dom Zorozzi from LDA Architects, our partner architects on this project here. Excited to present to you this project Bridgeworks, which is located at 20th in Detroit, right at the foot of the Detroit Superior Bridge. Exciting opportunity to really kind of create a place, create development there, and also preserve and restore and create public use for some of the existing historic buildings on the site. This view here, you can kind of see there, again, our new massing right off 25th in Detroit there, and this sort of existing sort of art, we call the Art Deco building, and the 60s building, sort of former maintenance buildings for the and county offices that are sort of at the site that we're going to be preserving. Next slide. So kind of zooming down to the street view here, This is some of the sort of view of the existing buildings that are on the site there. So from left to right, you've got the sort of historic Art Deco facade of the maintenance garage, and then all the way on the right you have what's the kind of ticket booth building entrance down to the streetcar level. What's really exciting about this site is this sort of kind of pedestrian connection, if you will, to that underbridge streetcar level of the Detroit Superior Bridge. So, given that sort of historic relevance and some of the sort of part of the context in place, we really want to sort of celebrate that with this design. Next slide here. And so this is kind of further east on the site, the kind of 60s addition to that garage, municipal office space here. This is going to be rehabbed as part of the project. We're looking at, as part of the reuse of this for hotel programming, introducing some new window openings and whatnot to somewhat modernize this building, but again, largely keeping it intact. Next slide here. So this is kind of an illustrative view that kind of gives you kind of a sense of the overall kind of scale of the project here. Again, kind of going left to right, we have in that sort of reddish color, again, this is kind of an illustrative imagery. In the sort of reddish color will be the residential portion of the project, about 170 units of housing, mixed income housing, the ground level of which includes residential amenity space as well as commercial space to activate the neighborhood. That residential building kind of frames a sort of pretty robust public realm, open landscape. The idea that we really want to sort of make a public landscape that feels welcoming to those who use it now and to those that will use it in the future, and again becomes sort of the starting point to allowing for connections to that underbridge streetcar level. So again, that's where housing is in that sort of reddish portion of this diagram. What you see just sort of in the middle of the page there is a hotel volume that actually reflects the old geometry of Superior Viaduct, that street that used to kind of bisect through our site. So we're really trying to use the alignment of the historic streets to kind of create the orientation of our building components. And so that hotel, again, so we're imagining kind of a public arcade at the ground level underneath that. And then next to that, kind of right below where you see the kind of marquee signage are the historic Art Deco building and what we call the 60s building, former maintenance buildings that are going to be repurposed here for hotel amenity space, support space, and hotel rooms. Other things to sort of note, I can kind of see this like this sort of yellowish glow on the page there. Again, we really want to sort of think about the porosity of our site and how we can maybe create public amenities that kind of bring you through that historic building to potentially allow a connection to that underbridge space. And then eastward on the site, we have some sort of open space as well that we're considering. Next slide. And yeah, so this is a similar same project, obviously, but it's kind of looking at it from the other angle, facing south. So you kind of see Irishtown Bend there down below, kind of at the sort of lower elevation on the other side of the bridge. And again, like I said before, this is kind of the site that really gives you the access to that underbridge level. So how do we kind of, through this design, create a framework that lets you potentially have that connection? And then looking at our building frontage there along kind of Vermont Ave divide, kind of creating a pretty sort of enhancing what's there now, building a more sort of safe, attractive public realm with a tree-lined sidewalk that kind of brings you down to what would be the hotel lobby right there, kind of in the middle of the page there. Next slide. So we have had a couple of meetings with Ohio Design Review. Some of the feedback we received in here just really kind of wanting to consider some of the connection of our project to the sort of approach from Lakeview Terrace side, excuse me. And really, as we think about the public realm, making sure that we think of the programming of it, the sort of positioning of it to make it feel welcoming and inviting, and then looking a little bit more at the materiality of our project. Next slide. So what you see here is the kind of concept ground floor plan that we've been working through and we've been iterating on. And this is largely what we presented to Ohio City Design Review last week. Again, so just in terms of sort of placing you again, the 25th Street's on the west side of the page there, Superior Viaduct along the top, our residential building and commercial space kind of at the front there, framing that plaza. I think what kind of can hopefully see is that hotel geometry and that sort of access through, kind of really trying to create and also kind of this public connection kind of through the site there. Still having a robust sidewalk along the viaduct side as well. We do have a small amount of parking at that first floor enclosed in the building. We are looking at ways to animate and create sort of an interesting facade to frankly hide that parking and make it feel like it's not there, not visible. And again, where you see the words cafe, hotel, gallery, that's all the existing building that we will be reprogramming through this project. And again, that gallery is where we're really trying to sort of create some porosity, new openings that are consistent with the architecture of buildings, kind of bring people through that building down to, again, the underbridge, which you can kind of see in the kind of structural grid down at the sort of right side of the page there. Next slide. And yeah, and again, just kind of for context, moving up the building, again, what you kind of see in that bluish color are the kind of typical floor plates, the residential portion going up. That yellow, again, really shows that sort of hotel, bar, a program, again, above that arcade, moving up the building as well. And then for that second floor plan, you see the repurposing the historic buildings for hotel rooms as well. Next slide. And yeah, so in terms of materiality, again, what we really want to do is this is a new building, and it is at the same time it is we want to sort of create a connection to its place and think about what we can do to sort of learn from the neighborhood in terms of materiality, in terms of detailing. And so one thing that has a certain sort of connection to the place is looking at brick creates warmth, richness, texture. Depth and even sort of formally looking at the idea of the arches as a way to sort of really kind of create something that is in keeping with the place, but also has a nice sort of rhythmic nature to it that can define the pedestrian moment as people walk down the sidewalk. Next slide. Again, looking at for portions of the building, again, trying to have some depth and some texture. So we're playing with different sort of metal finishes. That have again either with the depth of the panel creating kind of opportunities which outline or texture within that panel as well, kind of breaking down the scale of the building, kind of reading it, reading the sort of depth within the facade. Next slide. And then finally, again for the hotel portion and other portions of the residential area, looking at various kind of panels, fiber cement panel, concrete panels, as things that we want to play with the texture, the depth of it a little bit as well to kind of create that richness. But looking at those as largely materials for that portion. For the hotel portion specifically, we really are trying to find something that maybe can have a finish that kind of makes it feel as if it's part of the existing Art Deco building, kind of formally. Next slide. And so what you're seeing here, again, this is what we presented to Ohio City Design Review last week. This is a view kind of from across the street, from across 25th Street, looking at that sort of public plaza at the corner of 25th and Detroit, right off the bridge there. Again, bringing you in, you can see the hotel kind of in the middle of the view there, that kind of arcade that brings you through the site. The sort of brick arches that we talked about, defining the sort of that side of the building, framing the commercial space at the corner. And then the residential building kind of rising above. Really trying to make the ground floor feel as kind of open and glassy as possible to kind of allow views through the building. And then you can see there kind of underneath the kind of signage there, the idea of really trying to restore and celebrate the existing architecture of that ticket booth building and that gallery building. Next slide. Okay, so this is a view from further down 25th Street, looking down the viaduct sidewalk approach here. Again, I think we like how we've been able to break the scale of the building down into sort of these three distinct masses. And each of these blocks is kind of oriented off of one of the three streets that are on the project, that define the project. And then each kind of has its own, to a certain extent, architectural expression. And again, yeah, so the idea of really kind of bringing those arches down the sidewalk here, looking for opportunities for art as well to kind of help define that sort of experience. Next slide, yeah. And then finally, this is the view from kind of from that hotel lobby. So this is where our project kind of abuts. What you see on the left there is the existing we call the 60s building there. Excuse me. One of the things that we're working through and looking at is at this moment where we kind of have this hotel lobby, can we really use the sort of glass box that you have here to really kind of frame a view of the historic facade of the art of what we call the Art Deco building beyond. It kind of barely shows up here, but you can kind of see behind that glass, behind that column, there's a wall. That is a wall with very sort of attractive detailing that we really want to let our building kind of showcase. Next slide. And then I think from here on out, we've got in this deck just the elevations of the project, so you can get a sense of the overall kind of scale and patterning. So again, this is kind of that first Western Mills kind of block that we think of as being as largely kind of metal panel, again, playing with different opportunities for texture to kind of create some rhythm and kind of and break the scale of the building down a bit. And then the sort of large arches that kind of create kind of masonry enclosure that creates some sort of warmth and texture down at that human scale. Next slide. Again, yeah, so then this is that next sort of residential volume. Again, looking at, in this one, we're kind of looking at breaking the building down with these sort of larger kind of frame structures that kind of create some order on the facade. And you can sort of see, again, continuing to break down below. Next slide. Again, same idea, same building up the other side. This is the side facing the viaduct. Again, so you got more glass on that exposure there. Next slide. Again, this is the hotel volume. I think one of the things that we are kind of excited about with this volume is really how we're trying to make formally kind of make it evoke a lot of the patterning and scale of the what we call the Art Deco building in terms of how the arrangement of the kind of the solid, looking at opportunities for these kind of pier-like elements, again, that are consistent with the historic building. The butts. Next. Yeah, okay, so then what you see here are some of the existing building elevations. So yeah, so we see Art Deco North, Deco South. Again, that's the historic building that we are preserving, restoring, renovating, obviously putting in new windows, renovating that as needed, and then adding in select opportunities for new windows that are consistent with a lot of the overall moves of the building. And then at the bottom of the page here, you can see we're kind of adding some new windows in at the hotel room side for the what we call again a 70s building. That should be the last slide there. So yeah, so I know there was a lot, it's a big project, but again, we're really excited for how it's kind of starting to come together here. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thank you for the presentation. Do we have feedback from the local committee?
We have Donna Gregonis.
Welcome, Donna.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Donna Gregonis with Ohio City Incorporated. Thanks for having us again, Madam Chair and members of the commission. Local committee. So they recommended to make the metal on the facade a different color than the brick. They would like to see more defined materials on the facade of the exterior. Additionally, the committee members were asking to see, ideally they would like for sidewalk along 25th Street to be wider for a more comfortable public realm and experience. They suggested pushing the West 25th facade back for more visibility of St. Malachi, as members stated that it felt sort of like a big block in front of St. Malachi. And they wanted to see how public areas will feel welcoming to residents in the area. They did mention that was a big concern. They would also like to see full height of building in context with the rest of the street in a couple of different perspectives, as only cropped perspective views were shown in the presentation. And concern at both of the meetings, because this topic or this agenda item did come to local design review for conceptual twice. So at both meetings, the possibility of the large hotel mass being a visual blockage and excluding Lakeview community further from Ohio City was a big concern. So a lot of the conversation had to do with issues of community equity and visibility with their design. And also it is important to note that no vote was taken as this was conceptual, and they did come to the meeting 2 times. And I know our organization also has concerns about the head-in parking. We would prefer not to see the sidewalk removed if it's possible for parking as seen on the front perspective here. And just a lot of comments about programming of green space. I know they did a good job, the developers did a good job of this with Church and State, and just wanted to make sure that they continue to develop on that ethos there. So thank you. Those are the comments summed up.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the commission?
I can't, at this age, and I can't find my hand raised. The comments that Donna made, can the architect, Mr. Evans, reference that on a drawing so we can see it? Each comment she made before the commission make comments.
Sure. You can go to the site plan view. I believe it's a couple slides ahead of this one. That might be good. That's kind of a good way to kind of see a lot of this stuff. Yeah, if you want to scroll up 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 slides.
Jonathan, you maybe go ahead. Parking thing, you could. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just think it's a good one to show. Yeah, I mean, I think the parking, the head-in parking, I don't know if Dom was what you're going to get at, is the head-in parking spaces along the viaduct were a pretty explicit request from, I believe, the city of the county.
County, yeah.
From the county, correct, yeah. So that's something that we are absorbing, and I think we're also, frankly, trying to see what we can do to make that feel as intentional as possible. By still having giving up a significant amount of space then inward of that for a pretty wide sidewalk and trying to plant that as best we can. So that explains kind of starting from the top coming down, those parking spots are there. So this is the drawing that we largely presented or submitted last week. We've been working through some of the feedback we received internally. I think we appreciate the comments. I think with regards to frontage along West 25th Street. I don't know, Dom, if you can kind of hit this.
Yeah. Right. So yeah, we're working. We just met the committee a few days ago. So we are working on a scheme where we would create sort of an arcade concept on the West 25th side, so that where you see commercial COMM dot space there, we're sort of rearranging the ground floor to allow for that sidewalk to be deeper and actually allow that commercial space to move to the right, and even the residential lobby move to the right and move into some of that parking that you're seeing there on the floor plan now on the street level. So in moving the commercial and the residential lobby to the right a bit, it's going to widen that sidewalk, and in widening the sidewalk, it'll also help open up views along the sidewalk to St. Malachi. So that's something we are working on. Weren't able to put that into the presentation for today for you all, but that is something we are doing. Jonathan, you want to go to the next one?
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember some of the other
the colors, the brick, the color of the metal above, for the residential apartment, we in that rendering, it's matching more or less the brick and the metal above. Now, whether the metal's a different color than the brick below, or the bricks maybe a different color than the brown or metal above, we're looking at that. Jonathan, maybe you want to speak to that some more?
Yeah. I think that's still something that is frankly evolving. I think our intentions are to find something that both again fits into the context, but also, I mean, it's an important site. It's kind of a threshold to get to the bridge and almost to downtown. So we do want to kind of find a way to make to have a vision and make a statement. So I think as we do that, we do want to be intentional. So if you have a comment about I think it's from one commissioner that wasn't a fan of the color, but again, I think that's something that we are taking different finishes and textures in the neighborhood and use that as a way to kind of make this thing feel like it's from the place.
Right. And then the overall massing of the buildings are based on, we made a very deliberate decision to keep the existing Deco building and as we call it, the 60s edition. So in doing that, it then, places the hotel adjacent to that existing building, as Jonathan said, in materiality, color-wise, we're going to try and link them together more visually. But then the residential building has to go to the west because we're sort of blocked by what land you can't put, what space you have to work with going to the west. So we have a building of what do we have here? How many units do we have? 170 apartments. So it's 100. This is a pretty robust project. So it's 170 apartments, and we aren't going beyond the existing buildings in the way we've planned and massed the project. So you do have a taller building on the west end of the site as a result.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt somebody?
I just could you show on this plan where the original, it looks like concrete building that's you trying to keep as part of this project? Where is it on this plan?
Yeah, can you annotate WebEx? I think where you see the word, so if you look at starting from the bottom page, Detroit Avenue, you have this little T-shaped building. That's the ticket booth. That's one of the buildings that we're preserving. And then just above that, where you see the word gallery, cafe, hotel, that whole form is all of the existing buildings that we're preserving as well. So right where you see the word hotel, that is kind of a new kind of open or a new sort of atrium space. And above that word hotel is where that kind of mass of that hotel tower comes into play. So the existing buildings are, we see gallery, hotel, and the word ticket booth. And again, to Dom's point, we are trying to kind of give space to that. So trying to sort of around the existing buildings, create, open space, publicly accessible open space to, in some ways, have that sort of celebrate those buildings. And then I think there's something exciting about the layering of the old and the new. So we have the old there, have the new building that, in some ways it becomes an anchor to the site, brings people to the site with housing and commercial space.
Right. And where it says hotel on this drawing, that's the actual lobby of the new hotel. And as Jonathan said earlier, this illustrates the diagonal that goes through the site, which is the old Viaduct Street alignment. So we are bringing back that alignment with the hotel lobby. And as we were saying, sort of as an arcade, like our Cleveland arcades, where you can go from the Viaduct all the way to the corner of 25th and Detroit through the building, and it's really meant to be sort of as a public way, in addition to being the hotel lobby, a way for the public to move from the flats or the viaduct west and south to the intersection of 25th and Detroit. So that's where the existing Deco building begins, is where that hotel lobby begins. Does that help? Does that illustrate where the existing building is?
Yes, it does. I have two comments before I go. It was a comment made earlier connecting to Lakeview Terrace. Where's the connection, and where's, from this new project to the Lakeview Terrace?
Yeah, I think if you go back to the 3 slides to the Axon, the area view, go back 3 more slides, please. We wanted to acknowledge that was something that came up in both of our meetings. This view here is a good one. I think the comment was with regards to what is the approach, or what is the approach to Lakeview? What do you see of this development from that side of the project? And so I think to that end, what we wanted to do is really it's kind of a call to action to make sure that the design of the building from that side, from that approach, is of the highest quality. We have commercial frontage on that approach, so that way, it doesn't look as if we are trying to, I think there was a concern made that the project was in some way maybe turning its back, but by no means is that the case. I mean, essentially we have commercial on that frontage as well. And we want to make this something that brings people to the site. And to Dom's point, a lot of the kind of current things that's on the board in terms of, pulling that building back a few feet, it's actually going to play a lot of dividends and really further opening up the visibility to the sort of central open space from that approach from the Lakeview Terrace side.
Yeah, so from the left side or the north side, the Lakeview Terrace side, in addition to moving along West 25th, which is one way to connect. We also, as Jonathan said, on the east or the right side of the drawing there's a big green space, and then we talked about the hotel diagonal in the lobby. So we're making it very pedestrian friendly. You can really circulate around and through the entire site and the entire project. So we think it's pretty well connected because of the way we've created all this circulation to allow the public to move through and around the project.
So you want to invite the community, which I commend you for doing that, but are you also going to have retail stores in that area? So when individuals walk to that location, it's something for them to do, either purchase, or you have a common area for them to sit, because you want to be careful in, the private area for the hotel and the community. So are you looking at also including retail in this area too?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. So I think
yes.
What you see kind of that kind of glassy form along the corner there, along that whole front on 25th Street would be commercial space. Yeah. I think that's the goal, is that the open space feels, that is for everybody. So it'll be publicly accessible is the intent. So, yeah.
And even the existing Deco building, the one-story Deco building, will also, it's unprogrammed right now, but that could very well be more commercial space. It's not really hotel function, it's not residential function, it's additional space for some form of commercial use. So yes, we are allowing for public space and also public uses, commercial public uses.
I see that Mr. Evans didn't talk too much about the signage. So
about the what? The signage?
The signage. You have a billboard type signage on a post, and then you have one on the building. So you didn't really talk too much about that. I'm not sure about the one. I'm assuming it's going to be on a vertical post, or is that going to be on top of the building, the one that's facing the bridge?
That will probably be on top of the building.
Okay, on the top of the building. Okay.
Yeah, I guess I would, we welcome your comments and your feedback on the intent there. I think as part of making a place here and creating, in some ways, creating a landmark, if you want to, we think the signage it can be an important catalyst in doing that.
Mm-hmm.
But, we would welcome a dialogue with you in terms of what is the right, what size feels optimal to make that happen. Yeah.
And this is my last question. Could you go to the elevation? I noticed that you're using on the first floor a lot of arch opening. I'm just wondering, similar to the color, as you make a transition, maybe not use some arch opening. Keep going. It's a lower, like about right here. This is a perfect example. I see you want to continue the arch opening all around the building almost. But these two right here seem like it's kind of out of place. And I'm just wondering, can you continue not have the arch and maybe continue the vertical glazing curtain wall up to the edge? Because I'm not sure if that's the location where the building is going to shift or turn at the edge right here. So maybe you can just continue and not have the arch and let the arch be on the other portion of the building where it has more. So that's just a comment I have. And look at that on the whole structure, because I don't like that infill of the masonry, and then you have a small door right there. Right. So either you just continue the same concept of the curtain window going out and not have the arch, and then you be able to insert that small door. That's just a comment I have. That's just a suggestion. and keep the other ones on the other side. That's more, you have more arch opening and just make that consistent, keep that over there. It just looks out of place right here.
Yeah, I think even with the arched openings, we're still working on infilling those arched openings with more glass. They still would be storefront. Yeah, they wouldn't, you wouldn't just have a door in on the brick like that. There would be a door within a glass fill. You know, the arch would be filled with storefront. So that we're still working on that articulation.
Okay.
And then some of what Donna said, a lot of what we're doing there, again, we're moving things around per some of the feedback we've gotten so far. So some of that also will be moving as well in terms of what.
Right.
So I think thankfully it's all moving in the same direction. So a lot of the feedback is coalescing, which is productive to hear. Good to hear.
Maurice, can you show the other elevation, so we can see? And then, I mean, that's it for me, but just show it, the other elevation so we can see. So I can see now right here, you're still continuing to arch right there. That's another option of adding glazing right there. So just look at all of that, you have one portion of the building that's all arch, but then you switch over to another one. It doesn't necessarily have to continue that. You may can just have glazing. So just study that. All right, thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, you're next, and then Mr. Strickland.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm sorry if I missed this. How many stories and what's the height of the two structures?
The tallest portion of residential is 11 stories. I'm sorry, let me look at that drawing really quickly on my screen here. The height of that is 100 and, sorry, bear with me 1 second. I want to say it's.
Yeah, the Resi is 11.
Right, I know it's lower than the Lakeview Tower height, considerably lower than that.
Right, and we are, the zoning allows for 250 feet here in this site, and we're way below that, of course.
Sure.
Yeah, we're coming in about 125 at our tallest part.
120. Okay. I guess I resonate with some of the feedback you received from design review and/or from Ms. Bailey here. I feel like my global feeling is I personally don't like the height of the structure, the residential on 25th Street, and the height of the hotel where it currently is. It feels like a configuration like this should be almost flipped, because you're coming from the city and you're going into West 25th, which is pretty much a lower scale except for the church and state, development. Most of the buildings are 5 stories or less around here, including the church across the street, and so forth. So I personally, my personal opinion is I don't like the massing with the residential right there on 25th Street. It feels very cramped to both the street and the St. Malachi. It seems overbearing in height. And in 25th Street, so that, and I would agree with Ms. Bailey's comments about the arched openings. They feel a little disconnected in how they're used right now. So more consistency of any detailing like that, along with the colors, so that exploring more contrast or definition between your materials, I think would be good. I like the idea of having more public spaces in your courtyard a lot. I only wonder if a cafe set that far back within, this development would really get the foot traffic that you're intending. Would something like that be more, appropriate closer to 25th Street, where the public could really be aware and use a cafe? And if the program could flip, that could also reinforce pulling those closer to 25th in the residential, hotel closer west, residential closer east could also help with that. And then did you say and I'm sorry, I had to step away for a minute. Was the parking below the hotel? Is that correct? Or below
Yes, the residential and the hotel. Under both buildings, there's parking, 2 levels of parking.
And how many spaces in that parking?
We have 170-ish, Jonathan, where are we?
Yeah, we're between 150 and 170 spaces.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, how many units did you say you have?
170 units, mixed income.
Okay. So I mean, this is a very robust program, and its location would lend itself to be, requiring less cars, but your hotel will require more just by, the nature of where it's located. I think you're going to get more cars. So I guess that's just a concern. Is there enough parking for this large of a program here in the residential and the hotel together, plus public retail spaces, as you indicated?
Right. The parking, just like a nuance, the parking with this hotel and the operator will probably be valeted. So when we say 150, 170, that would be like a self-parked, setup. If you're going to have valet parking, we'll be able to, get more parking spaces in the space when it's valeted. So that could exceed that number based on the valet concept. Just FYI.
And I appreciate that clarification. It's just you're double, or you're less, you're not even matching your unit count 1 for 1, which is, not required, but then you put a hotel function on top of that. I guess I personally just would have concern about that, making sure you have enough parking, because this area doesn't have a lot of additional surface parking anymore, which not complaining about that, but you have the options to provide the appropriate parking.
Okay.
So, I mean, I think that really, sums it up. I won't, nitpick it all, but I just think, my personal opinion is really about the massing, or my biggest thing is about the massing, and, it feels a little overbearing on 25th Street, St. Malachi specifically, in my opinion. Other commission members' feedback?
We had Bob Strickland next.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Strickland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My primary question was about parking as well. How many units are planned for the hotel?
130 keys.
130 for the hotel plus 170 residential.
Correct.
So, yeah. So do you anticipate having to obtain a parking variance for this project?
No variance here. Matt, you're not on, are you, Matt?
Yep, this is Matt. I'm with LDA. Because the project is in an urban form overlay, we get a pretty substantial reduction for the number of required spaces initially. Additionally, because we're providing income housing in an urban form overlay, our requirement is even more significantly reduced. So, for example, I believe our required space for the affordable portion, our minimum is 25% of what would normally be required. So for every unit, we would only need to provide a quarter space for the affordable, or for the low income units. Additionally, the UFO also only requires hotel to provide, I believe it's like a third of what they're typically required. So the urban form overlay is really drastically reducing the number of required spaces, making it feasible to do a 170 unit and 130 key hotel without needing parking variances.
Okay, well, that helps a lot. And we've heard from prior presentations that this particular intersection is I believe, the most active RTA intersection in the system. And so the availability of very frequent rapid transit opportunities in various lines that intersect here is another advantage for this project. So I don't know if that works into your calculation, but this could be proposed as a rapid transit development as well. The other question that I had is the one rendering showed a cutout and it looked like an activation of the streetcar level of the Detroit Superior Bridge. And is this project intended to try to activate that space?
I think the best way to put it is I think what we want to do is as we make decisions around the layout of the site, we want to allow for that to happen. Technically, our property line, it doesn't include the bridge. It kind of abuts the bridge, right? But we want to make sure that we don't do something foolish and put a building in front of it, right? So we want to basically allow, create a framed open space that kind of creates a path to that space. Really kind of create opportunities for that to happen. We think again we got to have a good critical mass here with the amount of units and the sort of activation of a hotel that kind of, in some ways, is a step towards a potential better future for that level of the bridge.
Including we, in one of those earlier diagrams, you saw there was a pathway we created to go through the Deco building, so you could parallel Detroit Superior, but the grade changes, right? Detroit Superior is going uphill, and then you're going down to get into that underbridge. So, but we've deliberately created a pedestrian way so you could parallel the street and get into that underbridge to the east side of our site, and with that pedestrian passageway through our existing building.
Yeah, I think ultimately, and we've talked about it for years, really. The community has about trying to activate that space to be a wonderful public space,
right?
Or temporary art displays, or some way to activate that would be wonderful.
Yeah, Bob, the short answer is absolutely, and it was the major motivator for this ownership team to work to secure this site and design accordingly to take what's now a chain linked fence with barbed wire, with no access to the underbridge, to now making very what we think of design forward through the site, taking the 1941 site and creating that access point, and then also a large public space. It's thousands of square feet that will preserve the ability to activate the underbridge, both for temporary and for permanent public space.
Yeah, that's great. I think it's a great project. I do understand the chairwoman's comments about the configuration and the massing and the stepping of the structures. I know it would require a massive reconfiguration of the building, but having the taller structure closer to downtown and then stepping down as you approach West 25th, that's an interesting concept. All right, that's all I had. It's a wonderful project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments from the commission members?
Just make sure for the signage, even though we didn't talk much of it, make sure you present to us the next time more information about that and the locations.
Absolutely.
Other questions or comments from the commission?
No hands raised.
You worn everybody down. It's 1:07.
Some people have gone, so I guess it's been a long morning.
And my question to the applicant, do you feel like you've gotten enough feedback from the commission? This is concept only, so we aren't voting on your project today, but do you feel you've gotten enough feedback from the commission?
Yeah, Jonathan, do you agree?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Dom?
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. We appreciate your coming in for concept, and we look forward to seeing you in the next phase of your certificate of appropriateness. So good luck with that development.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'm just going to just jump to the last few things on our agenda. Meeting minute approval. We do have meeting minutes from June 25th and September 10th for approval today. Does anyone have any questions or comments on these meeting minutes, or would someone like to put forward a vote?
This is Alan. I'll move approval on both of them.
Excellent. Thank you, Alan. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Bob.
Thank you, Strickland. Any further discussion? Mr. Peck, please call roll and announce your results.
Ms. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Colicchia,
I think he stepped away.
thank you. Mr. Dryer,
Yes.
Mr. Strickland,
Yes.
Mr. Tarasik,
Yes.
Ms. Trot.
Yes.
The minutes are approved unanimously. Thank you.
Excellent. Do we have any administrative reports today?
No reports. I just want to let the commission know, at the risk that I'll be visited by ghosts in the next couple of weeks, we do have a meeting, a regularly scheduled meeting on December 24th. We do have a couple of items that may be on that agenda. I think at the moment we do have a quorum, but I will keep you posted on that in the next week or two. But the plan right now is to have a meeting on the 24th. So just be prepared for that. And right now, we added that, or we didn't cancel that meeting because our meeting on the 10th of January is, or the 14th of January is pretty booked right now. So we didn't want to put some projects too far off. But that's the reasoning. So hopefully we'll see you on the 24th.
Have just two on there, you say? How many on the agenda?
At the moment, we have one. We may add a landmark nomination.
Okay.
My plan is to keep it a very short meeting, so I promise not to have a 4-hour meeting on Christmas Eve.
That's Don's present to you.
I wish I could do better.
So if you, and I think most have confirmed, I know a few of us, like myself, are not able to attend. So if there's any change, please let Don know as soon as possible, because that would either determine if we have quorum or not and to have the meeting. So we do need to hear from Giancarlo, I believe, if he can chair the meeting.
I think I need to hear from him, and also Adrian. I don't know if you were available for the 24th or not.
Actually, that's my vacation day.
Okay, that's fine. Right now we have a quorum, and in Mr. Colicchia's absence, I would ask Mr. Strickland to chair the meeting.
I would happy to do that, John, but I did get a response from Giancarlo that he would be able to attend.
Oh, okay. Thank you. That's good to know. That puts us, we're not so close to the limit then.
Okay, as long as nothing changes, I would anticipate he'll attend the meeting.
Okay, thank you. I will let you all know as soon as possible if things change.
Anything else, Don, or should we adjourn the meeting?
We should adjourn the meeting. If I don't see you on the 24th, please all have a Merry Christmas. And for those of you who won't be there, we'll see you next year.
Yes, happy holidays, everyone, and we'll probably see you next year. So enjoy your holidays with your friends and family.
Bye. Thank you. Happy holidays.
You too. Bye.